ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 77 All Alone. How to describe the impact that shocked through Subaru's entirety the moment he heard that confession of love? He felt the illusion of a bolt of lightning piercing him from head to toe. Every pore of his body opened as goosebumps carpeted his skin, while the blood coursing through his veins seethed to a virulent boil. The thumping heartbeats in his chest flushed him red from the neck up, as, roughly panting, Subaru stumbled one step backward. He couldn't stand there any longer. If he kept standing there, his breaths would reach her, his fingertips would reach her. If he didn't get away from her now while he could still keep his instincts in check, he wouldn't be able to stop himself. And if that happens, Subaru would be swept away by love. Subaru, stop. Satella, I love you. Subaru, please, stop. Satella, I've always, will always, love only you. Subaru, I told you to stop. Shaking his head and swinging his arm, Subaru wrested his attention away from her hot, entangling gaze. Still, Satella's expression remained invisible to Subaru. And so, he couldn't tell just what emotions were harbored within those eyes. Yet the feverish pounding in his chest showed no signs of abating. Only by consciously suppressing that feeling, desperately crying out, thrusting her with that rejection as if he was spitting out blood, could Subaru manage to preserve his fundamental self. If he didn't maintain this effort to keep himself conscious, he was certain that his very existence would distort. And that thought terrified him to no end. Blatantly rejecting her, flinging his open disgust, and slapping her with that truth, Subaru screamed, while Satella only stood there as before. Her unseen expression remained behind a veil of darkness. Indiscernible. Impossible to read. And yet, somehow, Subaru could tell that Satella was being injured by those words, and was now casting down her gaze. Somewhere within his heart was an urge to caress her hair, console her to ease her pained expression, and whisper her his love so that perhaps she might smile again. Even as he tried to reject it, his heart was insisting that he loved Satella. Subaru, WH. What are you? What did you do to me? Like return by death. Did you put something in me to manipulate my heart? Subaru poured all of his distrust for his disobedient heart at Satella. Just why was his heart suddenly reacting in a way that was utterly contrary to his understanding? If this overwhelming emotion inside him was also the doing of this unnatural witch, then that'd be simply far too horrifying. Twisting people's hearts to one's will would be the lowest, most abhorrent act. The first glimmer of light Natsuki Subaru ever received in this world was his crush on Emilia. Lost, and without a heading in that initial desperation, he was indebted to Emilia for extending him her hand, and his memory still told of her rescuing his heart just when it was all but abraded away. Even now, her existence had not lost even a fraction of that luster. Over the days he spent repeating the loops starting from death, fighting alone through countless adversities, the number of precious people he wanted to protect had only grown, while the words, bonds, and feelings he shared with them slowly accumulated inside him. By now, he could no longer say that his feelings for Emilia was his primary motivation. But even so, Emilia was still the first ray of light Natsuki Subaru had received. And now Satella was demanding that same crush for herself. Even though there was no word exchanged, no touch of warmth, no time spent together, no bond accrued, and nothing whatsoever shared between them, she was demanding love from him. What could one call this, if not heinous? Subaru, you, and Ikidona. You're both insane. This place is just full of incomprehensible bastards. I'm fucking sick of it. To the faceless witch in front and the white-haired witch behind him, Subaru screamed without hiding his disgust. Satella, who sought to extort from him this baseless affection, and Ikidona, who would entangle others to sate her devious curiosity, were both monsters beyond Subaru's understanding. Ikidona, it's rather upsetting to be lumped together with that thing. Even though we are both technically witches, to me, that is a vulgar creature several magnitudes below witches, but, incomprehensible, now you're not wrong there. Subaru, just shut up. You pretend to be friendly, but I haven't forgotten how deceitful you are. Enough. There's no point in me staying here.
Let me out. I don't want to be involved with you people anymore.
Cursing at Echidna, Subaru hugged his head and pleaded to be freed from her dream citadel.
He couldn't stand another second in front of Satella and Echidna.
There were enough things Subaru needed to worry about, now was not the time to be looking for more.
He wasn't omniscient, and there was a limit to how much he could handle. Yet why do the problems keep mounting, one after another, when the obstacles were already so stacked against him?
Subaru, I'll never ask for any of your help again.
All the problems outside, I'll deal with them myself.
That's how it's supposed to be, isn't it?
That's what I should have done from the start. Minerva, and then?
So it's back to dying over and over, making heaps of people cry while telling yourself this is information gathering, there's no helping it?
Good for you. Minerva crossed her arms and snorted at Subaru's words of definite parting.
Then, seeing Subaru return her a glare, Minerva's unruffled face reddened.
Minerva, what? Got something to say for yourself? Subaru, like it has anything to do with you.
The pain, the anguish, the wounds, the abrasions because of return by death, all that's got to do with is me.
What right do you have to complain about it?
Minerva, it's easy for you to say that you're ready for the pain, the suffering, and the anguish. Who cares about the feelings of those who have to watch you spew blood while your flesh gets flayed and your bones get crushed?
You can always use the excuse that you're the one who's suffering the most.
Subaru, what?
Minerva, just because you're taking on the most obvious, most visible wounds, you think the ones who receive lighter wounds as the results of your actions have no right to say anything.
After all, you're the one who's hurting the most. Suffering the most.
Enduring the most.
And so, naturally, the others around you should just shut up with their sniveling, right? Perhaps because of the rage building up as she spoke, Minerva's tone intensified as Subaru bared his teeth. There was just no way Subaru could let those merciless words go unanswered.
Subaru, you
think I'm getting drunk on my own tragedy just so that I can shut everyone else up? That this dead-end road I'm walking is just a fucking act? Minerva, no, that's not what I'm saying. All I'm telling you is that thinking it's all right as long as I'm hurting more than anyone else is cowardly. I'm not a fan of Echidna's devious methods, and I can't for the life of me understand how roundabout Satella is.
But I think the way you twist things is way more sickening than us witches.
Subaru, Minerva, above all, while I beat everything in order to heal them, the way you live is not only the opposite, but the antithesis of what I do.
Isn't that just way too ungrateful for what she's doing for you? Holding out her small fist at Subaru, Minerva huffed out those words. Adding that quiet whisper at the end, she turned her blue eyes towards Satella.
Still standing there as before, Satella had stayed silent ever since Subaru showered her with his abuses, and made no indication of affirming or denying those words. Seeing this, Minerva narrowed her eyes, somewhat sadly.
But Subaru couldn't care less about their sentimentality at this point. Subaru, sickening.
Ungrateful? Catching Minerva's last few words, with his face downcast, Subaru's shoulders slightly trembled. The tremble grew larger, and, when Subaru lifted his face again, he was smiling.
It was far too ludicrous, how could he help but laugh? Subaru, the hell is that? Sickening or whatever.
And just why do you think I chose to be like this? How did you think I got to this so-called twisted way of thinking?
Whether it's my methods or my mindset. Isn't that just the natural consequence of the fucking hand I was dealt? Isn't it?
Satella,
Subaru, and it was you. You were the reason I became like this.
Shrieking, Subaru threw all his rage at Satella, who had kept her silence up to now as if to escape her culpability. It was by accepting return by death, using its characteristics to overcome his obstacles, enduring all varieties of hardships that Subaru had made it this far. Tasting the despair of death time and time again, letting it carve into his soul, turning it into his strength, Subaru got to where he was. And it was that same Natsuki Subaru's wound-ridden path that made him this way.
Subaru, the one taking on the wounds, the one suffering. It'll be me, all me, only me.
If having me suffer is enough, then everything will turn out great, won't it? As long as I can hold it in, as long as I can bury the rage, the grief, everything, I won't let despair touch anyone else no matter how painfully I have to die. From beginning to end, as long as I'm the only one who gets hurt, then it's all fine, isn't it?
What's wrong with that?
Repeat with return by death, and, through trial and error, reach the optimal future.
It was just as Echidna said.
But rather than accept Echidna's offer, which would use that resolve to satisfy her own curiosity, he would continue to forge his path alone, just as he had always done. Unlike Echidna, who would lure him into taking extra detours, if Subaru set his heart and mind to search for the optimal path, the number of retries would no doubt be less than if he went with her.
It might very well be more times than he could count.
But, even so, there was value in trying.
If at the other end of the bruise-laden Subaru's outstretched arm was a future where no one else would be hurt, then...
Subaru, I said you're incomprehensible, that I'm sick of it, didn't I? Yeah, sorry, my bad.
There was not a shred of dishonesty in that feeling. But I should have thanked you. How did I forget?
I actually forgot, how utterly ungrateful of me. Satella, Subaru, there is just one thing I have to thank you for.
Thanks, for giving me return by death. It is all thanks to you. Without it, I wouldn't be able to protect a single thing important to me. So I'll be sure to keep relying on that power.
So for that, and only that,
I thank you. He was prepared to go on through trial and error.
The option to flee from this fate had already been abolished a long time ago.
Ever since he said take my hand, and run away with me and was rejected, the option to flee was gone. He must fight on. For this was his oath, what she expected of him, and what she believed in him.
Subaru will not run away, but keep on fighting. Subaru was the man who would always stand back up. Otherwise, he would no longer be Rem's hero. Subaru, that's why.
Thank you for giving me this power.
It's thanks to you that this useless, worthless fool could turn those hopeless situ. Satella, don't. Subaru, situations. Just as Subaru was going to pour out all the heat that had been pent up in his chest, Satella broke her silence with a murmur.
Hearing that single fragment, Subaru's words dulled from their momentum.
His face stiffened, waiting, begging to hear that whisper once more.
What did she say just now? It was like something he couldn't bear to hear. He held his breath, while Satella, after a brief silence, spoke again. Satella, please.
Don't cry. Don't hurt. Don't suffer.
Don't make
such a sad expression anymore.
Pleading, Satella whispered to Subaru. Her words swept up violent tremors in his heart. Of rage, of shock, of a nondescript jumble of every emotion there is. Subaru, why, you? What d? Overwhelmed by the maelstrom of emotions, he didn't know what to say.
Intense passion clogged up his throat as he merely opened and closed his mouth, staring at Satella.
Before the wavering Subaru, Satella continued with her sedition.
Satella, and so, love. Subaru, is
that what it comes down to? You want to twist my emotions until I finally love you? Is that what you...
Satella, no. Satella interrupted Subaru's trembling words.
Her expression remained invisible.
But, somehow, he could almost sense through his skin how Satella was looking at him behind that veil of shadow.
Satella, she was. Satella, love yourself.
A little more.
Surely, she was casting him a look of compassion. It took some time for the meaning of those words to filter into his brain, but once it did, a shapeless, tremoring wave of emotion instantly engulfed his heart. Subaru, the hell? Did you just say? Satella, please.
Don't hurt anymore.
Be kinder to yourself. Subaru, you were the one who gave me return by death. Weren't you? You gave me this power so I'd have a way to move forward. Satella, I love you. So, please, love yourself as well, and protect yourself.
Subaru, If I only value my own safety, if you take this method away from me,
what'll I have left? In rejection of Satella's boundless whispers of love, Subaru screamed, pressing his hand against his chest.
Subaru, you know it too, don't you?
I'm completely powerless. No wits, no skill, I have no special powers at all. The only thing this good-for-nothing self has is the return by death you've given me.
So isn't my life the only thing I can offer?
Satella, don't be sad.
Subaru, I've already factored in all the pain, all the deaths I have to experience.
I've accepted it, I'm fine with it. If I'm the only one who'll have to suffer, then I'm fine with that.
Satella, don't suffer anymore. Subaru, getting myself hurt more than anyone else, by going through more than anyone else, if I strive and struggle to protect everyone else, then I can make sure that no one besides me has to suffer.
There's nothing more that I want. Satella, please.
Don't cry.
Subaru, it doesn't matter what happens to me, does it? Like anyone would be bothered care what happens to a bastard like me.
No matter how broken, how torn I become, as long as everyone reaches that future safely, then. HK. Because, if Subaru stops taking those wounds at the very front lines.
Subaru, if we can welcome that future. Without losing anyone. Then.
GH. He might irrevocably lose someone somewhere unreachable again. Subaru, Rem is.
Already gone.
Satella, .. Subaru, if I was smarter, if I was stronger, if I wasn't so concerned about my life, if I had put myself in the front.
I could have prevented it.
The loss and the despair from back then still binds Natsuki Subaru always, and so, Subaru had resolved not to rely on anyone, but to carry his wounds, fighting on alone, believing this to be the most correct course.
Subaru, I have to believe. I have to believe that there's always a way. That return by death could solve everything.
That as long as he uses it well, Subaru will not lose a single thing in the end. If he didn't believe, if he didn't tell himself that taking those wounds was necessary, if he didn't convince himself that this was the truth, how could he possibly confront that despair again?
Subaru, I
don't want to lose anyone the way I lost Rem again, GH.
Grabbing his head, Subaru shrieked as if to reject all other audible sound. Before he knew it, he had crumpled to the ground. Forgetting even to distance himself from Satella, he retreated into his shell, curling up as he denied her sweet whispers.
Poison.
Virulent poison.
Satella's very existence was a wool-melting poison to Subaru. Subaru's heart, which he had sworn never to allow to falter, began to fracture. Into that opened gap entered ice-cold despair, wrecking his heart with the reawakened grief of that day.
Sekhmet, you aren't a child anymore. Suddenly, there came a muttered voice.
Seeing Subaru, wailing and crying, stubbornly insisting on his self-made conclusions and shaking his head in denial of all else, one of the witches who had kept silent until now murmured. Sekhmet, crying, bawling, throwing up a tantrum, taking everything onto yourself.
Isn't that just like
Subaru, .. Sekhmet, a little child, left all alone? In a sad, pitying voice, Sekhmet remarked on the current Subaru.
The other silent witches who had heard Sekhmet's murmur did not refute it. The Witch of Sloth's words were all too accurate.
Because Subaru's figure now was just that of a pitiful, frail, little child. ARC4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 78. A voice that was about to cry. Sekhmet, curling up, being stubborn. Isn't that just like a child?
It's so painful, I can't bear watching.
Ha!
Listening to Sekhmet calling him a child, Subaru, closed off in his shell, couldn't help but think that maybe she was right. Obstinate and conceited, he was stubbornly shutting out the voices around him, but surely, his way would be the most reliable for minimizing losses.
Being granted an unlimited number of chances to rewind the world, with his life as the only price, Subaru could keep trying indefinitely.
In the process, over and over, Subaru's heart would steadily be abraded away. But just when he was on the brink of shattering, he was given the words to make him stand again. "You're my hero, Subaru-kun."
That was all he needed.
After his soul is finally worn to the core, if he could just hear those words with everyone there beside him, he would be satisfied.
What's so wrong with that?
Baru is crying tilde. Suddenly, a child's voice pierced through the silence of the scene as the witches held their breaths. Curled into a ball, Subaru felt his head being caressed by a little palm.
Glancing up through his teary vision, he saw the murky shape of a tan-skinned girl. Subaru's gaze had landed on the Witch of Pride.
Typhon, poor Baru.
He's crying. Who made him cry tilde?
The kneeling Typhon stood up, glowering at the other wordless witches. A perilous gleam twirled in her eyes as she looked at each of the witches in turn, then she raised her brows when she finally spotted Satella. "Typhon, Tella?
Tella's here?
Why?
It's been so long." Typhon waved as she called to Satella, but the warlike gleam in her eyes hadn't diminished.
Seeing this, the first to address her was Sekhmet, who spilled a languid sigh as she sat up.
"Sekhmet, Typhon, ha. He's a bit occupied at the moment, who?"
"Don't bother the boy, ha.
"Come here." "Who?" "Typhon, Mama."
"Did you do something bad to Baru?" "Mama."
"Are you a sinner too tilde?" "Sekhmet, your mother." "Ha.
"Doesn't have the energy to be a bad person, who? I wouldn't want to give myself more work, and I wouldn't want to give you more work either, ha." Typhon gave a little nod at Sekhmet's answer, but showed no intention of moving away from Subaru like she was told. Instead, she turned to Minerva. "Typhon, Nerva tilde?
Did you bully Bar?"
"Nah."
"Minerva, how come you're not asking me? It's not that absurd?"
"It's not like I only ever go around healing people, sometimes I get carried away and abuse people emotionally too, you know. I mean, I can hurt people
too, sometimes."
Echidna, when your face turns blue just thinking about it, it's kind of hard to imagine any violence coming from you. Echidna shrugged, teasing Minerva for her unconvincing reply.
Minerva shot her a sharp glare, while Typhon also followed her gaze, turning to Echidna as her childish face twisted into a frown.
"Typhon, so it's Donia. Donia, you did something bad again, didn't you tilde? Donia.
Are you a sinner tilde?"
Echidna, now why did that sound like a conclusion rather than a question when you're asking me?
"I think I should have a word with the one who raised you about that."
"So, what do you have to say?"
"Sekhmet, it's to do with your daily behavior. Ha."
Saying this, Sekhmet languorously held her hand to her forehead. Without leaving Subaru's side, Typhon was still intently searching for the sinner who made Subaru cry. Seeing the small witch like this, Echidna narrowed her eyes, muttering, "Anyway. Echidna, now that Typhon's here, we almost have everyone.
If Daphne shows up as well, it'll be just like 400 years ago." Did
someone just call for Daphne? In response to Echidna's remark, a pitch-black coffin abruptly appeared on the meadow. Inside, with her entire body in bondage and her eyes covered by blindfolds, was the Witch of Gluttony, Daphne.
She made a little twitch with her nose, as if sniffing out all the people present.
"Daphne, not just Subaruan. Tella's here too? Whoa.
All 7 witches of sin are here, even the sage candidate too."
Echidna, Daphne.
"He's not there yet."
"Daphne, tilde, really? Sorry."
"Anyway. Sniff sniff tilde, I smell something salty. Is someone crying?"
"Is it Neru?" Without the slightest regard for the mood, Daphne went on poking at the tense situation in her dopey tone. To have all 7 witches, including Satella, gathered in the Dream Citadel must have been a rare sight even during the golden age of witches 400 years ago. With the 7 witches who by themselves had once plunged the world into chaos, assembled now, in this scene set to explode, was enough power to reshape the world. The Witch of Pride, seeking to pass judgment upon the one who made the young boy cry. The Witch of Wrath, clenching her fists, aiming to fulfill the wish of the close friend at her side. The Witch of Sloth, watching everyone's every move, ready to crush any who would break the peace. The Witch of Lust, keeping her uninvolved demeanor, preparing to protect herself should the situation set off. The Witch of Gluttony, having already lost interest in what was happening around her, now agonizing over whose fingers to munch on to stave off her hunger. The Witch of Greed, directing her hostility toward one particular witch, while her eyes went on brimming with curiosity at just how this tea party shall unfold, and the one who was not the Witch of Envy, but Satella. Satella, I love you.
Because you gave me light. It was you who took me by the hand, and showed me the world outside. In the nights when I was lonely and afraid, you held my hand. And when I was all alone, you kissed me on the lips and told me that I wasn't.
You've given me so much, that's why I love you.
Because you gave me everything.
Subaru, ..
Subaru couldn't recall doing a single thing that Satella had whispered. He had no part in it, it had nothing to do with him.
Whether it was meeting Satella, trading words with her, or sharing a single feeling of warmth.
Everything she said had been the product of her delusions. The arrayed, empty fantasies of a woman crazed with longing. That was how it should be.
And yet, Natsuki Subaru remembered.
Subaru, why is this? Inside me, what is this? I don't want this feeling. Don't try to bind me.
With memories that can't exist.
You.
TK.
I hate you, was all he needed to say. All he had to do was stab the girl who offered him these feelings with the fact that he didn't have the slightest affection for her. Once he does, he would be able to see the look on the face of the one who had selfishly sought to warp his heart.
Surely, it would be an expression magnificently twisted by heartbreak. But, how could you do that to her? Typhon, Waru?
Sekhmet, oh, kid.
Camilla, He's.
Minerva, you.
TCH. Daphne, Sub-Heroine?
Echidna, well that's one option.
Natsuki Subaru. As the witches called to Subaru in turn, Echidna gave a small nod at this outcome. Subaru, boo. Just like this, curled up on the ground, Subaru had bitten off his own tongue. Cornered by the witches, he didn't know what was anything anymore. With his heart on the brink of twisting, what was left for him to do when even his will was no longer his own?
If it was just something he couldn't accept, he could have rejected it, and it would have been fine.
But, in front of Satella, when even his rejection was being turned into acceptance, that was truly terrifying.
Now, just what would happen if you lose your life in a dream? Subaru's body should still be in the tomb inside the sanctuary.
What had been summoned here was Subaru's spirit body, or otherwise, his soul. If his spirit died here, would it carry over to his physical body? Could souls even die?
None of it mattered. If it meant another death and respawn, he'd be fine with that. He would not take the witch's help.
Instead, he would move forward with even greater self-abandon, scouring away anything that wasn't necessary, and, if he could just stay true to his course, surely, the path would open. If I could do just that, Minerva, that idiot. The instant she noticed Subaru's attempted suicide, Minerva rolled up her sleeves and jolted forward, hurrying to punch Subaru to heal him. But, cutting in front of her was Typhon, who had been standing at Subaru's side. The small witch stretched out her little body, blocking Minerva's path. Typhon, Varu made his own choice. Nerva, no interrupting. Minerva, self-harm or suicide or injury or murder, I won't allow any of it under my watch.
I don't care what kind of anguish is going on inside. I can't do a thing about wounds that I can't see. That's why. There's no way I'd overlook a wound that I can see. The ground caved in beneath her single step as Minerva's fist pierced through the wind, driving towards Typhon's face. The shrieking fist advanced with enough force to rupture a mountain, but the moment it connects with a living being, the destruction would transform into healing. Although, the shockwave of the impact would still be transferred to the recipient of the strike. Producing a resounding boom, Minerva's full-forced strike sent Typhon flying.
The prepubescent girl was blown away as easily as a leaf, dancing through the meadow's artificial sky.
It was a rather brutal sight, but Typhon wasn't the only victim.
Minerva-tch. Minerva's right arm, from her shoulder onwards, shattered like ice crystals.
This was the consequence of touching the judgment of the Witch of Pride, and thus being deemed a sinner.
Minerva tilted back her head in pain for the loss of her arm, opening her mouth wide to shriek.
Minerva, a scratch. Or not. Though she was sensitive to other people's pain, the Witch of Wrath completely disregarded her own. Even as she criticized Natsuki Subaru for his outlook, she was in fact guilty of the same.
Minerva, anyway, now. Having removed her obstacle, Minerva leapt towards Subaru, readying her remaining left arm. Aiming the mighty arm for a full-forced strike from above.
Sekhmet, I'll be getting in your way next. Ha! In an instant, with her blonde hair fluttering, Minerva was slammed into the ground. Her entire body pinned to the earth, creating a person-shaped crater in the grass. Minerva lifted her face, flushed red with indignant fury, as she screamed at the seated Sekhmet.
Minerva, don't get in my way.
Sekhmet.
Sekhmet, that won't do, who?
Sentimentally speaking, I'm on the kid's side, ha. And adding to that, I'm also on Typhon's side, boo. So I have no reason not to get in the way, ha.
Hearing Sekhmet's declaration of war, Minerva ruefully bit her lip as she looked around her. But Daphne and Camilla were staying neutral in this conflict, and Echidna was merely watching with piqued interest for the outcome.
And, Satella.
Satella, Triple H, ha. Crumbling to her knees, her voice trembled as she watched profuse blood spouting from Subaru's mouth. With his pouring blood and severed tongue clogging his throat, Subaru was experiencing the sensation of drowning as he caught Satella in a corner of his consciousness. She's crying, isn't she?
Witnessing Subaru's death, she looked more shaken than he had ever seen her before. Satella, why can't you understand? That of all the things you want to protect, you should be protected too.
Why would she think this way about Subaru? Within her delusions, just how much support did Subaru lend to her heart? Satella, just like everyone else, struggling in the dead ends of fate, it's the same for you too.
It's just that you have a way of overturning it. But you need saving too. So why? She was completely wrong.
Subaru was a hopeless bastard who couldn't even hold on to the things within his grasp, much less save those he wished to save.
A half-assed, useless bastard. There was no escaping from that. To overcome that useless self, to no longer leave things halfway.
Wasn't that what he had promised? To become the best self he can be. Wasn't that what he had decided?
That weak, useless self, and the self that no longer wanted to be weak were fighting inside him.
No one would see Natsuki Subaru's weakness anymore. He must become that strong, dignified, unshakable hero he needed to be.
Because there was a girl who wanted this from him.
It was the curse he had placed upon her, and it was his duty to repay her for accepting that curse.
Or, actually, it wasn't so much of a duty.
It was just that, since that girl believed this about him, he wanted her to keep on believing. Yes.
That was it. That was it. If there was anyone who would grieve over Subaru's death, it would be her. Choosing death was a betrayal of the girl who believed in him.
Though of course, to Subaru, death would not be the end.
Using death as his stepping stone, he would eliminate his cause of death and retrieve everything he had lost.
But what would this mean for the others whom the death-bound Subaru had left behind?
He mustn't think about it. He mustn't know it. Those were dangerous thoughts. It was fine.
Natsuki Subaru was fine just the way he was.
He mustn't think that anyone would grieve for him. He wasn't someone worthy of such a thing. Subaru's life was a consumable resource. To be used, and used, and used, until they reached the very end. That was all it was meant to be. To use death without reservation to its greatest effect, he mustn't balk at his own deaths. Be decisive. It's fine to think nothing.
In order to take back what he needs to take back, he must be prepared to abandon what he has to abandon.
Everyone does this. It's fine for Subaru to do this as well. He just has to save the ones precious to him. If he could do just that, Subaru. Satella, what did you see? In the second trial? The trial? The trial? The trial, the trial. Trial?
Shock and deprivation of oxygen had slowed his thoughts to their limits. His vision blurred into a flickering red, as a storm of television noise ran through his mind.
It's about time this ended, he vaguely thought. The end was slowly approaching. How many times was it now that he had welcomed death like this? It was far too tiresome to count, but that was fine. Eventually, he would have repeated deaths so many times that counting would become sickening.
He didn't think he could stay conscious long enough to count all the deaths anyway.
That heart of steel. To have that unshakable heart of steel.
Slowly, Subaru's consciousness departed.
And faded. I'm counting on you, son. A voice.
Through the noise, and through the rebounding cacophony, he heard a horrifically clear voice.
Have a safe trip. He heard another. A different voice. But it brought the same emotions to his chest. I would have liked to call you friend.
Another voice, ringing a different feeling.
Somehow, it agitated him to hear it. But there was also a pleasantness to it. Subaru Dono. Please forgive me. Yet another voice. Flooding his chest with a passing loneliness and something similar to yearning. A voice he wanted to apologize to. You aren't that person. I know that. At least. But here was a voice that gripped at his chest.
Hearing this voice, he could no longer control himself. This voice, that was about to cry.
This voice that mustn't be allowed to cry. This voice that he must protect.
This voice. This voice. This voice.
So show me how amazing you can be, Subaru-kun.
Thud, something thumped inside him in answer to this voice.
His body heated,
compelled by a sense of duty to move.
At this voice that had always supported him.
And thank you, Subaru.
There came a voice. For saving me.
The voice that announced the beginning of everything.
He was probably crying. If the people dear to him learned about his death, would they grieve for him?
Those irreplaceable people left behind in the worlds that Subaru had selfishly escaped through death, would they mourn and grieve for him? Just as Subaru was lamenting his own weakness, repeating through return by death in search of the perfect future, those who lost him in the final step, would they mourn for him as well?
The people who were precious to him. The people he believed he must protect. The people he undoubtedly wished to rescue from their fate's dead end. Was he worthy of being mourned by those so precious to him?
It's all right to be a little conceited, isn't it? To be so conceited as to think that I'm also precious to the people I consider precious. It's all right to have a little faith, isn't it? To believe that those I want to protect also want to protect me as well. I'm allowed to have a little hope too, aren't I? That someone would shed tears if I died, and see me as important enough to reach out their hand to save me. It's all right for me to think this, isn't it?
I don't want to die. I don't want to give up, as if this is the only way.
I don't want to be a stepping stone, even if it means saving the futures of people I love. In that future where I've protected all of them, I want to be there too. It's all right for me to think like this, isn't it? I
have the right to.
Don't I?
If I do, then. Subaru, I don't wanna die. Gurgling through the clotting blood, alongside the escaping air, he spoke.
The severed tongue clogging his throat broke free, as his mouth opened and closed, gasping for air.
His lungs expanded, oxygen cycled through his brain, and his murky vision started returning. Then.
Minerva, those are his real thoughts, KH. Despite having lost both her legs, with willpower alone, the red flushed witch of wrath rammed her healing head into Subaru's. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 79, The Ending of the Dream. The moment he realized that oxygen was passing through his windpipe, with massive coughs, Subaru expelled the remaining blood clotting in his throat. Still collapsed face up on the ground, pant after pant, he gasped for the nourishment of life.
There was no time to think about how wretched he looked now. Although he was well aware of how miserable it was to unhesitatingly cling to the first chance of rescue right after biting off his own tongue to die. But
Subaru, does my Minerva,
Subaru, does my life have any value? Besides dying? Without dying over and over? Do I even have any other value? Return by death, and save everyone from the depths of despair.
He had believed that paying with his life to attain this outcome was Natsuki Subaru's only value.
But will it be all right to think otherwise? Subaru, is it all right to think that this person that I am has any value besides return by death? To think that the people I care about me
as well?
Minerva, the hell would I know? Minerva looked away and shot down Subaru's whimpering question. Having lost her right arm and both her legs, she used her left arm to shuffle away from Subaru. Then, aiming her face at her right shoulder, she bit down.
Immediately, Minerva's missing right arm regenerated from droplets of light. Opening and closing her restored right fist, Minerva proceeded to punching her legs, both missing from the thigh down, which, just like her arm, were formed anew. Her already short skirt had been shaved even shorter and her right arm was now entirely exposed, but, other than her rather precarious costume, the Witch of Wrath Minerva was restored to perfect condition. She stood up on her brand new legs, crossing her arms in a pose that propped up her ample breasts, and looked down on Subaru.
Then,
Minerva, I couldn't care less whether you have value or not.
But she really wants you to live. And you've seen it in the second trial too, haven't you? Subaru, but the second trial were my mistakes and my sins. Minerva, are you stupid?
That wasn't about making you take responsibility for the worlds you messed up in. That was to show you how sad everyone is as the result of your mistakes.
Isn't that the answer you wanted? Subaru-H. He remembered it. The voice that was crying. The voice stifling its regret.
The voice gently sending him off as always.
The whisper of love from someone who believed in him.
And the words that began everything which would become Subaru's will to fight.
None of which he was supposed to have in his life. Having nothing, deprived of even what he should have had, Subaru was summoned to this world.
To prove his own value, he could only fight on. And in order to protect all that he held dear, he'd have to proceed down that lonely road. I thought that I've only ever been receiving from others, but is it all right to think otherwise?
Would they cry, for me?
Would they lament their own powerlessness, for me? Would they want to see that future together with me? When we get there, those people that I love, would they give me a place to stand smiling at their side?
He wasn't sure if he'd have that place.
But surely, if he chose to stubbornly walk that road alone, at the end, that place would not be there for him. His heart, which would have been turned to steel so he could fight with an unshakable will, would have no tenderness left to smile. And so, was it really all right to believe? Either procure that future for the ones he loved at the cost of his own heart,
or desperately defend his own heart at the cost of the way ahead.
Aside from those two choices, was there another, greedier option?
In that future, alongside everyone he held dear, could Natsuki Subaru also hope to have preserved himself as well? Satella, you can.
Subaru, Shedding only tears, those had been Subaru's unvoiced thoughts, but the timing of that answer was so perfect that it was as if those words had been communicated in sound. Still lying on the ground, Subaru moved his head to look beyond Minerva, towards the face of the girl who had collapsed to her knees on the grass, smiling without wiping away her tears.
He still couldn't see her face.
A veil of darkness was concealing it, such that even now, Subaru couldn't determine her expression.
Yet, somehow he knew that she was smiling. Echidna had told him
The reason Subaru couldn't see her face was because he couldn't accept her. The fact that she was smiling came through, but his subconscious was insisting that he didn't see it.
Satella, you saved me.
And so, you are allowed to be saved as well.
I want you to be saved.
Acutely aware of Satella's words and voice seeping into his fractured heart, Subaru buried his face in his arms.
It must be a mess from all the tears, and there was already no way he could look more pathetic at this point, but still, he didn't want anyone to see it.
Even after lashing her with that merciless abuse, how was it that he could still feel relieved to hear Satella's words?
And how could he possibly let them see how much his expression had calmed?
Yet, it was also Satella's inexplicable words of love that had told Subaru the true meaning of the trial. Ikidona, I'm surprised Minerva managed to break through Typhon and Sekhmet's obstruction, but, personally, what surprised me even more is you two. Setting the face-burying Subaru aside, Ikidona quietly murmured. After looking at the regenerated Minerva, Ikidona turned her gaze elsewhere, towards the pitch-black coffin pinning Typhon to the ground with its claws, and the coffin's owner, Daphne, facing down Sekhmet.
Hearing Ikidona's words, Daphne let out a throaty cackle.
She opened the lower half of her bondage and stepped barefoot onto the grass, poking out her tongue. Daphne, I'm definitely the best counter to Tai there is Tilda.
Centipede coffin has no head to think with.
With that as Daphne's arms and legs, Tai's authority won't work on me. Typhon, you are you Tilda, Finny cut it out Tilda. HNNN Tilda.
You are you Tilda.
Sekhmet, so, ha.
You've shown your true colors to keep me in check? Who, I'm not Ikidona, ha. Why bother pulling this on me? Who? Unlike Minerva, I don't see why you'd want to get involved, ha.
Sekhmet roughly scratched her overabundant hair. With Typhon practically taken hostage, even Sekhmet couldn't act carelessly here. Hearing Sekhmet's question, Daphne swayed her short pigtails and smiled, wheeled Tilda. Daphne, sub-heroine Tilda, he's made some pretty big boasts to Daphne Tilda. Something about killing the white whale, and then the great rabbit next Tilda?
So I was thinking I want him to at least live long enough to take them on. Ikidona, that's an interesting perspective.
If he sets his mind to it, he would certainly achieve it. You realize this, don't you? Or, do you actually want the great rabbit to be destroyed?
Daphne, makes no difference Tilda?
The moment it split away from Daphne Tilda, its belly has nothing to do with Daphne's belly anymore Tilda.
Whether it gets destroyed or not won't really bother me Tilda. But I am interested to see how the great rabbit representing Daphne's insatiable hunger would come to an end. After all, Daphne went on.
Daphne, if to end is to be satisfied Tilda, that would be a happiness completely unknown to me. Constantly tormented by endless hunger, to Daphne, its fulfillment would eternally be an unreachable dream.
The great rabbit was a reflection of her interminable hunger, and perhaps, even an extension of herself.
Although, Daphne herself completely lacked this sense of intimacy with it. If the great rabbit could meet a different end than what she had received, could it be called fulfillment?
Was there ever a hope for her to be satisfied? With this rare display of interest in something other than food, she smiled. Hearing Daphne's answer, Ikidona gave a satisfied nod, and turned her head yet again.
Not to Subaru, Satella, or Minerva. Nor Daphne nor Sekhmet nor Typhon, but to someone who, like Ikidona herself, had stayed somewhere isolated from the fray.
Looking at the Witch of Lust Camilla, Ikidona softly stroked her own white hair.
Ikidona, and what about you, Camilla? Did you have a reason like Daphne? Camilla, is there something you're trying to say? Ikidona-chan?
Ikidona, it's simple. You called to his consciousness when he was on the brink of death, just when it was about to be extinguished. Possessing the authority of the faceless goddess, you must have known what the result would be.
Camilla, Ikidona, your call would have held every significance for him.
You must have known this. And so I'm asking. You don't seem to have any fondness for him. So why did you?
Listening to Ikidona's question, Camilla held her hands to her lips as her eyes puttered about. She glanced towards Daphne and Minerva, as if hoping for someone other than herself to come and back her up.
But there was no witch on sight who would be seduced by the all-beloved Camilla.
Helpless, Camilla began biting her fingernails, looking at Echidna with watery eyes. Camilla, there was no Rhea, son.
He rejected
Echidna-chan's temptations, so I'm already satisfied. And everyone started fighting for some reason. But that has nothing to do with me.
Only.
Echidna, only? Camilla, love is a pretty big deal, you know. It'd be wrong to ignore it.
He doesn't
Want to see it, but there is love there. And when it's there,
I won't allow it to be denied.
and I
Absolutely despise taking without giving.
Hearing only the last part spoken with terrifying clarity, Echidna shrugged. The Witch of Greed gave a wry smile, before looking to each of the other witches in turn. Echidna, Sekhmet and Typhon respected his will and intervened, while Minerva valued life and healed him. Daphne helped prolong his life so she could see his will to fight, and Camilla used her authority to inform him of the love he was refusing to see. And so, everyone here, for their own varying reasons, has decided to help Natsuki Subaru. Listening to Echidna's appraisal of their actions, all the witches' expressions changed. Pride tilted her head, Sloth spilled a languid sigh, Wrath snorted and folded her arms, Gluttony munched on one of her coffin's extended legs and smiled, while Lust unhappily scowled. And, taking all this into her sight, Greed held a hand to her jaw. Echidna, it's truly fascinating.
Don't you agree?
Echidna's lips softened as a blissful smile rose on her face. Her words were aimed at the one directly in front of her, at Subaru, wavering as he stood up.
Having wiped away his tear tracks with his sleeve, only now finally managing to stand, Subaru did not respond to Echidna's question. He merely watched her with his lusterless gaze, then looked over the other witches.
And
Subaru, just what are you people? Subaru, curiosity, sympathy,
pity,
duty, expectation,
disgust. None of your reasons for helping me makes any sense to me.
I guess I can see why you're called witches.
Echidna, since you're back to throwing insults, perhaps that means you've recovered your strength?
Subaru, I don't know.
Echidna squinted a single eye while Subaru pressed a hand to his chest and muttered. Those few spilled words perfectly encompassed all of Subaru's present feelings.
Subaru, I was supposed to have decided what I have to do. The things I have to do haven't changed. That much is certain. That's certain.
But, he went on, more to himself than to anyone else. Subaru, I had already decided that this was the only way.
That's what I chose. What I've resolved to choose.
And yet, here, the trial shattered all of that. The second trial, the presents that were not to be, stuck the consequences of his actions right in his face as the reality that he could no longer use resolve to appease tore his heart to shreds. Being forced to witness all that, Subaru would have tried to put it behind him, and to push through with that resolve. In fact, that was what should have happened. Subaru, but when I learned of your reasons for helping me, and then having Satella appear right after.
My head is a total mess. All of you.
Can you stop doing these things on your own?
What I ask myself to do is my own business. And yet, you've.
At this point, how was he supposed to start clinging to the life he had already decided to treat as expendable? At this point, how was he supposed to start valuing the life that was meant to be used to its utmost? At this point, what could he possibly do with the knowledge that he was being loved?
Subaru, I have
no idea
what to do anymore. You can't protect anyone if you can't die, Subaru's rationality was screaming.
There's someone who'll be saddened if you hurt yourself like this, Subaru's memories were telling him.
People will suffer if he doesn't die, and people will suffer if he does.
Echidna, I will present you this question once again, Natsuki Subaru. As Subaru shook his head in indecision, Echidna lowered her tone and said.
Looking up, he saw Echidna raise a single finger in front of him.
Seeing herself reflected within Subaru's eyes, she slowly nodded. Echidna, should you enlist my help, you will, without fail, reach the future where everyone you wish to save will be saved.
There will be no more need for worry.
In more extreme terms, I will solve all the problems you'll face in your stead. All you'll need to do is focus on implementing those solutions, and on overcoming those obstacles. If this constant burden is too painful for you, you have the option of leaving it all to me.
I won't fault you for it, and, in a sense, I'd welcome it.
And so, I present you this question once again. Subaru, Echidna, lost and without knowing where to go, will you let me guide your hand? I will, without fail, bring you to that future.
This, I promise you.
Saying this gently, Echidna reached out her hand to Subaru. Looking down at Echidna's white fingers, then looking up at her awaiting face, Subaru's breath froze.
Those were the same words he had just rejected.
Back when Subaru first learned of Echidna's true nature, he had been terrified by that morbid curiosity driving her.
But, what about now?
Now that some time had passed for him to quietly reflect on her words, how about it? Treating his life as expendable, attempting every form of trial and error, using brute force to break through the obstacles standing in his path. Between accepting Echidna's counsel, fighting on at the cost of his heart, and declining her help, resolving to struggle alone, what difference is there? It was out of a stubborn impulse of the moment, a knee-jerk revulsion at her attitude, that Subaru had rejected her. But if he truly had the resolve to abandon everything and use himself as the sacrifice, if he could just overlook Echidna's nature, then why shouldn't he use her just as she had proposed? Refusing her out of self-righteous morality only to continue down the exact same path, what point is there in this obstinance?
He should take that hand.
If he had the resolve to swallow all the pain and suffering, and fight on without fear of getting hurt, then he should take that hand.
And so.
Subaru, Echidna.
Echidna,
Subaru, I'm
afraid of getting hurt. Echidna,
Subaru, I hate pain and suffering and grief.
I don't want to go through those awful experiences, and I don't want to see others suffer those terrible fates.
I don't want to die.
Echidna,
Subaru, and so, your hand that presupposes sacrifice, I can't take it anymore.
Even Subaru wasn't sure what he could do by himself. But it seems that he could no longer choose the path that Echidna had pointed out. He had realized that he didn't want to die.
He had learned that, even as he thought that death was his only contribution, there were those who would accept him even if he didn't die. Natsuki Subaru wasn't a man whose only value is death. The people who grieved for him weren't doing so because they saw value in Subaru's death.
But then, just what did they see in him that made them grieve for him?
Subaru, I still don't know what they saw.
But, I intend to find out.
I get the feeling that once I find out what it is, I'll be able to repay everyone in a way other than death.
Echidna, but that is a path of thorns, Natsuki Subaru. Using death as your tool to cut open the way, wearing yourself down to proceed along that road, that would no doubt be the shortest path, albeit a treacherous one. The only thing you'd need to offer is your heart.
But, refusing this, intending to keep both your heart and the future of those you love is far too difficult a task, and above all.
Here, Echidna paused for a breath. Then, with the most resplendent smile he had ever seen on her face. Echidna, that's greed, isn't it?
Affirming his desires, the Witch of Greed received Subaru's decision with a contented expression. Alas, having been rejected, this witch was still happily smiling.
It's not something Subaru could understand at all, but...
Subaru, the truth is that you've already saved me countless times, even if, deep down, you were thinking of me as some kind of lab animal.
That's still the truth. By being there, Echidna had been a support for his heart, and helped him through those difficult times.
And so, For granting him that reprieve to keep hold of his heart, he was indeed grateful to her. Ikidona, that foolish, pitiful Garfield is scared of the outside world. Subaru, huh?
Ikidona, what that child saw in the first trial has always been binding him.
If you are to break through this situation yourself, you will need to undo that curse. Subaru, Ikidona? Ikidona, the other witches have all done something nice for you, so if I don't give you something as well, what'll you think of me? I wouldn't want you to think that all the witches are good people at heart, except that meanie Ikidona.
I am a girl, after all, and I am rather fond of you.
Quickly saying this, Ikidona lightly poked Subaru in the chest, pushed back a step by the momentum. When Subaru looked up again, Ikidona had already turned her face away. With her white hair swaying, the Witch of Greed stepped away from Subaru.
The other witches too, were quietly watching Subaru.
Subaru, I just can't understand you guys at all. Subaru, you guys drive me crazy, messing with my head like that, and I'm still kinda pissed about what you said. All that time I kept thinking stop talking over my head about things I don't understand, I seriously can't stand you guys.
That was the truth.
The witches all had their own unyielding ideals that were beyond what Subaru, or any normal person could comprehend. And so, Subaru couldn't understand them, or agree with their actions.
But just like his feelings towards Ikidona, understanding and gratitude were separate things. Subaru, thank you. For letting me die. Thank you. For not letting me die.
And thank you, for letting me hear those important voices.
For these, thank you.
He bowed his head to each of the witches in turn, deriving some small pleasure from the way they each swallowed their breaths.
Then, Subaru turned around, and walked forward. Ahead of him, was the girl still kneeling on the grass, Satella.
She looked up at his approach, holding her breath as though her throat had froze. Seeing her frightened, sitting there like a small, little girl, Subaru lost his words. Why was it that, when faced with someone he had thought abhorrent, his heart was filled with warmth? What were those emotions he was harboring inside him for someone he had never touched before? Subaru had received far too many unanswerable questions since he got here. Still without a single answer, choosing only to continue struggling, Subaru extended his hand to the witch on the ground.
She looked at his offered hand, lost and uncertain. Subaru, I don't know who you are. I don't know why you're telling me that you love me, or what you meant when you said that I had saved you. Satella, A.
Subaru, but the return by death you've given me has saved me, that's a fact.
It was all thanks to it that I've managed to get this far. That's the truth.
Satella, Subaru, return by death is not the only option. Right? Satella,
Subaru, I shouldn't rely on it entirely, I should love myself a little more. That's what you said, right?
Satella,
Subaru, I won't pretend there's an easy solution. But you, the one who gave me return by death, don't want me to die. I know that for certain now. And so, Subaru, like you said, I'll try to be a little kinder to myself and cherish myself. I have no idea what'll happen if I start doing that. But that's okay.
Satella, will you be all right?
Subaru, yeah. Compared to dying, that's nothing.
In answer to Satella's worried voice, Subaru did his best to manage a weak smile.
As if relieved to see his expression, Satella took hold of Subaru's hand.
Instantly, the sound of the world breaking fell upon Subaru's eardrums. The blue sky and the green grass fields began to fade in color as Natsuki Subaru was being released from the Citadel of Dreams.
Subaru, I'm leaving. Then?
He could no longer remember how, or why, he came here. What would he do first when he gets outside?
For reasons inside his heart, even that was unclear.
Satella, don't
struggle on alone. Do it alongside the people who care about you.
Subaru, Satella, the people who don't want you to die, the people who don't want to let you die, fight alongside them, even if that's not enough. don't forget that you're afraid to die. Subaru,
Satella, don't forget that there are people who would grieve your death. The world was cracking into pieces. Satella's voice was growing distant. A fact that tore at Subaru's heart. The palm in his hand was frightfully hot. But he mustn't let it go, he felt. Subaru, I. He couldn't form the words to call to her, he couldn't make the sounds to call her name. Satella, that name mustn't escape his lips.
His desire to reject her was fighting with his desire to accept her.
The sky was falling. The earth was breaking. Light flooded through until his surroundings was no longer the citadel of dreams. The other witches had disappeared, leaving only Subaru and Satella in this world. All was fading. And starting anew.
Subaru only went on watching Satella in front of him, unable to say a thing.
Suddenly, the veil of darkness fell. The impenetrable shadow his subconscious rejection insisted was obstructing his view was dispelled.
And, when he saw the face behind it, Subaru's breathing ceased. Before the unbreathing Subaru, Satella's silver hair was swaying, while tears were falling from the edges of her narrowing, amethyst eyes.
Satella, and one day, you must come, and kill me. Fading.
Disappearing. The world was wiped away, and even the girl before his eyes had vanished.
Subaru, I will.
Only, clenching tight onto the certain, lingering warmth on his palm.
Subaru, definitely save you.
He said to that vanished, beloved girl. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Interlude 2, after the guests have left.
Sekhmet, was it really all right? Ha! Letting them leave like that. Who? Echidna, it was his decision, his choice.
I would like to respect that, although, I can't say I don't have a thought or two about the way he left holding that thing's hand.
Echidna shrugged in response to Sekhmet's listless voice.
Just as always, they were inside the citadel of dreams with its grass fields and blue skies unchanged.
A cool wind scraped by, gently caressing the witch's hair.
After the fracturing world swallowed Subaru and Satella, releasing them from the dream, the world was formed anew.
But of course it was.
This indestructible space was woven from Echidna's soul, and so long as Echidna exists, it too would persist in this state.
What transpired had been nothing more than an extravagant send-off for the guests who were leaving. Echidna, still, when you fire off your ability all over like that, I can't help but end up drained, you know. I'd appreciate it if you could exercise a little moderation with your rampant healing.
Minerva, I follow my creed, if I see an injury, I heal it. Be it humans, witches, animals, birds, fish, bugs, or more beasts, it makes no difference, any wound on a living being is my enemy. Echidna, yes, but, unlike in life, everything you do here is a burden on me.
When you were alive, it was the world that had to shoulder that burden, but now that's all on me. Can you imagine how tough that is to bear alone?
Minerva, burden or whatever, I couldn't care less about stuff that I can't see.
I heal wounds. If it shortens the life of the world or something, that's not my problem. Minerva crossed her arms, propping up her ample breasts, while the other two witches wryly smiled.
At first glance, the Witch of Wrath Minerva might seem like the most amicable witch of sin, or at least, the most harmless of the witches. In fact, her actions consisted entirely of healing, and the number of lives she saved in her lifetime must have surpassed the tens of thousands. However, Minerva's seemingly harmless healing was indirectly causing equivalent damage to the world. The destructive energy of every punch, kick, and bite would transform into healing in Minerva's hands.
This being the algorithm of the authority of wrath, no one besides Minerva could perform it. Even Echidna, who could understand its construction, could not replicate it. Minerva's healing strikes could bring lifeforms back from the brink of death.
But to think that this authority was all-powerful would be a mistake. The healing power of her punches is the product of an algorithm which twists cause and effect by force and expends incredible amounts of mana to activate. The mana required far exceeds the capacity of humans, and, Even for a witch, Minerva could not possibly manage it alone.
In that case, where did the mana for her strikes come from? The answer is simple: it was stolen from the very core of the world.
Ordinarily, when humans use magic, it is done by drawing mana from the atmosphere through their gate, converting it into magical energy, and then releasing it once more as spells. In Minerva's case, her gate wasn't linked to the atmosphere, but directly to the core of the world. It's hard to explain what the world's core is, but it is a supernatural mass of mana. One might even say that it is the place where mana is born.
Minerva's strikes were drawing mana from precisely that to convert her attacks into healing.
By repeatedly doing this, the mana that should originally be provisioning some place in the world would never reach it, and with the drying up of mana responsible for sustaining the fundamental structures of the world comes the extreme danger of natural disasters befalling that part of the world.
She may have healed over tens of thousands with her punches,
but, in the natural disasters indirectly caused by her actions, just as many would have lost their lives. Therefore, the Witch of Wrath Minerva was among the most dangerous of the witches bearing the names of sins, such that she was regarded as an enemy of every nation.
Minerva, all I can do in here is draw up whatever mana you have, Echidna.
I can barely cure or heal anything even if I suck you dry, that's so lame. Echidna, there shouldn't have been anyone getting hurt in here in the first place.
But that's all gone out the window with all that ruckus recently.
Minerva, right, yeah.
It was pretty rowdy, for a little while. Echidna's words somewhat doused Minerva's intensity.
Her adorable face took on a visible shade of gloom as the blonde-haired witch looked up to the sky. Minerva, you think he'll be all right?
I'm getting super worried.
Echidna, you can rest assured. Since he's rejected my hand, he will be struggling with everything he's got to make sure that he succeeds, although, he doesn't seem to have an answer yet. Minerva, what's with that phrasing? You're the one who lured him into rejecting you, and now you're trying to pretend you didn't when we all know what you're thinking?
What's the point of that? Echidna, it's not that I was trying to be rejected. Since whether he declined or accepted, I would have been glad either way. Answering Minerva's objection, Echidna sat herself down at the regenerated table.
Clicking her fingers, she produced a teacup.
Then, bringing the steaming cup to her lips.
Echidna, I will affirm whatever choice he makes.
And I don't see any problems resulting from that choice.
The fact that he chose it, or the fact that he didn't choose it, that's the important part. Whether the outcome is good or bad, I'm rather proud of my ability to be happy with either.
Daphne, but that doesn't mean you don't have preferences.
As Echidna brought the tea to her lips, a pitch-black coffin came inching up beside her. Daphne, who had settled herself inside her coffin once more, was attracted over by the assorted sweets on the table.
Daphne, you say you respect the outcomes, Tilda, but Donia doesn't hesitate to guide towards the results she wants to see, does she, Tilda?
It's probably true that you'd be glad either way, Tilda, but it isn't true that there isn't one you wanted, is it, Tilda? Echidna, you barely have any interest in others, yet you always hit things right on the mark, don't you, Daphne? Daphne, compared to the constant hunger on my mind, Tilda, I don't really get caught up on the unimportant stuff. Ha, munch munch. Munching straight through the sweets, Daphne ate up the plate as well. Seeing this, Echidna sighed before looking over the other witches who were now taking their seats at the table. Languid, visibly indignant, timid, and one with a particularly perilous gaze.
Echidna, well, you sure look angry, Typhon. Typhon, because Donia wasn't honest. Wasn't honest. Means you're a liar? And liars
are sinners? Donia.
Are you a sinner, Tilda?
Echidna, I always act in accordance to what I desire.
Telling lies would be something I don't presently recall doing.
Unfazed, Echidna answered Typhon's innocently blunt question.
Echidna's roundabout phrasing would probably have been lost on the young Typhon.
After all, Echidna knew that if she really got on Typhon's bad side, everyone present would be in terrible danger. Condemning criminals and judging sinners amounted to no more than a fraction of Typhon's authority of pride. But, seeing Typhon puff up her cheeks assenting to Echidna's careful mental tiptoeing, The next to speak was the witch buried under a ball of hair.
Sekhmet, hiding your true intentions while speaking. Ha! Isn't exactly lying. How convenient for you. Who?
Camilla, Ikidona-chan, is, really.
Just hopeless, isn't she? Ikidona, you too.
Seeing Ikidona scowl at being caught in the concentrated barrage, the other witches smiled. The only one still sulking was Minerva, glaring at her with the corner of her eyes tilted up. Sekhmet, Minerva too, how long are you gonna stay grumpy about it, ha?
Didn't we all agree beforehand, who? You knew we'd be doing this when the sage candidate came. Ha!
Minerva, I know.
I know everyone agreed on it. But I can't just rationalize it like you guys. I hope you know that. Daphne, Met's always sticking with Tai, she wouldn't understand Tilda.
You guys spend too much of your life worrying about stuff that isn't eating. It's such a waste, isn't it, Tilda? Daphne jutted in, prompting a snort of displeasure from both Minerva and Sekhmet.
There was a certain perfect balance to the witches' tea party, which would otherwise have been a gathering of willful egos. They disagreed on all manner of things, and it wasn't rare for them to end up in spats like this.
Especially between Minerva, who could take offense from anyone, and Sekhmet, who dislikes quarrels, there was no shortage of these little skirmishes. Every time, Daphne would get between them by striking to the heart of the matter with one of her tone-deaf comments, and more likely than not, the conversations would end like this with no real conclusions being made. Minerva gets mad, Sekhmet checks her advance, Daphne comes in teasing, Camilla soothes Typhon so she doesn't explode, and Ikidona watches happily from the side, while Satella watches over them, smiling to see that all six are safe.
Those were the days from 400 years ago, never to come again.
Satella was driven mad by her witch genes, Minerva died insane inside a trap, Camilla perished in a sea of flames, Daphne withered to death in an ocean of sand, Typhon drowned in a flood, Sekhmet fell at the great waterfall as she decimated the dragons, and Ikidona collected their souls even as she herself was tied to the world by soul alone.
This was but an imperfect reproduction of those forever gone days.
Camilla, you look sad. Ikidona-chan? Really, sad? Ikidona, why's that?
I have no reason to be sad.
You're all here with me, and I've had a chance to interact with the outside world.
Why would I be sad?
Camilla, is that really all right?
We are just
souls, and so it's not really us, right?
We are already dead.
We can't really be together with Ikidona-chan anymore, right? Camilla's stuttering words struck Ikidona silent for a moment. It was Ikidona's powers that had given the witches, who had lost their bodies and existed only as souls, these temporary bodies in the form of mental constructs.
She had prepared the vessels, and housed their souls inside them.
But their souls were frozen at the time of their death, without a single change afterwards. So was the Camilla that Ikidona was seeing now truly Camilla herself? Drawing from their souls reactions that they've made in life, and using them to animate these bodies, was this just a game of dolls instigated by Ikidona's own desires? The truth is, they all shared in Ikidona's knowledge. So how could one explain this, except by the fact that they were being generated by Ikidona herself? This was a question Ikidona would have thought over countless times already. Ikidona, being the bundle of narcissism that you are, though I am a friend, it's quite unusual for you to worry about me. Don't tell me his boisterous, soft-headed personality has rubbed off on you? Camilla, I wouldn't know anything about that. Ikidona-chan. Dummy.
In front of Ikidona's self-distracting answer, Camilla muttered with a despondent expression.
Hearing her reply, Ikidona couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing Ikidona like this, the other witches, who had not been paying attention up to now, all turned to look at her. And, showered in all their gazes, Ikidona spread out her arms. Ikidona, now, the tea party will go back to just being us witches for a while. Natsuki Subaru probably won't be setting foot in here again, I'm afraid.
Minerva, and you're okay with that?
Not that I'm worried you'd get lonely or anything, but don't you usually say something at the end? You were always so insistent about getting your compensation or whatever.
Ikidona, compensation. Ah, that's right.
Would you guys laugh if I told you that was my parting gift to him in consideration of his foreseeable tribulations?
While she put her hand to her chin and pondered, the other witches looked at each other. Then, sharing a nod, they opened their mouths at once. Definitely not.
Ikidona, oh my, I never knew you guys thought so highly of me. Minerva, no, that's because there's no way in hell you'd help someone without taking anything in return. Saying this, Minerva folded her arms while the other witches nodded in agreement.
Ikidona closed her eyes in front of their unanimous opinion, and, clearing her throat.
Ikidona, I guess we still have a whole lot of things to talk about. But seriously now, is that really what you think of me? Ikidona, but, well. Before the silent witches, Ikidona drank up the remaining contents of her cup, and then, bewitchingly licking her tongue over her lips. Ikidona, you're not wrong in the least. ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 80, A Rough Tongue.
He woke to the sensation of something rough brushing against his cheek.
His returning consciousness was racked by a pervading sense of exhaustion, and his body felt so heavy that it might have been lead rather than blood running through his veins. Prying open his dry, sticking lips to inhale, sharp pain and the taste of blood seeped into his mouth, while, inside his utterly parched oral cavity, his tongue scampered about, seeking moisture from the liquid blood.
His limbs were sluggish, and his feverish head was barely functioning.
He lacked even the strength to force apart his eyelids, only managing to open them by rolling his heavy eyeballs.
And there. Subaru, it's you.
The moment color entered his vision, Subaru's eyes picked up a different hue of black than the darkness beneath his eyelids. Exhaling breaths carrying the characteristic scent of living life forms, the creature had been consolingly licking Subaru while he slept.
It had a lustrous black body, its form slender and refined.
Although sharp, there was a certain charm about its reptilian eyes, and its knife-like fangs could send one to eternal rest with only a single bite, reaching out a red tongue from between those fangs to lick Subaru on the cheeks. It was Subaru's beloved dragon, Patrash. Seeing that the awakened Subaru had noticed her presence, Patrash stopped her licking and sat down, waiting for his words. Apparently, the surprisingly dexterous dragon could bend her knees to sit down on the spot. Seeing Patrash before him, Subaru realized that he was sitting with his legs splayed on the ground and his back leaning against something hard. He tilted back his head to find a moss-covered stone wall behind him, and that he had woken near the entrance of the tomb.
Subaru, but I was inside.
Why am I outside?
The established precedent was that he'd wake up from the dream citadel to find himself inside the tomb.
If someone had gone in and pulled the unconscious Subaru out, then that'd be a different story, but the only two people in the sanctuary who could enter the tomb were Amelia and Garfield. The notion that either of them could have dragged Subaru outside wasn't terribly convincing. Subaru, then again, I doubt I crawled out of there myself, so.
Who, he was about to mutter, when he was interrupted by the echo of another voice.
The voice came from behind Patrash, from an approaching figure in the distance, dragging his feet and out of breath.
OY.
P. Patrash-chan, wait. Hold on. Ha, ha. If you really run away, it'll spell disaster for M. Huh? The grey-haired young man, Otto, stopped still with an expression of sheer relief at the sight of Patrash. After he caught his breath, Otto tilted his head as he noticed Subaru beside her. Otto, is that you, Natsuki-san?
What are you doing out here? Subaru, can't you see? I'm moonbathing. More like what are you doing out here? Depending on your answer, I'll see about turning you into Garfield.
Otto, I don't know why you'd automatically assume I'm doing something devious, but me being out here at this hour with sweat dripping down my brows isn't entirely unrelated to you, Natsuki-san. Seeing that it was Otto, Subaru jokingly glossed matters over as usual. Otto slumped his shoulders at Subaru's reply and shook his head as if saying good grief, Subaru, it's not unrelated to me? Otto, there was a big commotion, So I went to the stables to see what's going on, and there I found Patrash-chan kicking up a great fuss. I thought maybe she's stressed out from being cooped up for so many days, so I unlatched the gates hoping to take her for a little stroll and, pow! Making a big clap with his hands, Otto squinted at the dignified Patrash. But Patrash simply ignored him, keeping her gaze on Subaru. Otto, why do I feel like I'm being completely disregarded?
Never mind.
So anyway, she knocked me flying and dashed straight out of the stable. I was disoriented for a little while, but then I really panicked when I realized what serious trouble I'd be in as the one who let her escape.
So that brings us to here.
Subaru, and since she's come to me, you can relax now, huh? Otto, yeah, no kidding. Natsuki-san, did you leave some kind of instruction for Patrash-chan?
Subaru, never had the time.
I didn't even come to see her that much except to give her food. Otto, well, that explains why she's so worried. You should have seen the way she rushed out of there. Subaru, Worry, hearing this word in Otto's muttering, Subaru's rebuttal suddenly clogged in his throat. No way, the thought surged into his mind as he looked down at his body in search of evidence. And there, he found it. On the right shoulder of his jacket there were dented teeth marks mingled with traces of saliva.
The middle of Subaru's back was also plastered with dust as though he had been dragged over the ground. Subaru, Patrash.
Patrash,
Her round pupils focused on Subaru.
Seeing the dragon silently waiting for her master's words, Subaru inadvertently held his breath.
Subaru, did you
drag me out of the tomb? Of course, there was no way for Patrash to answer back with words. But, looking at Patrash after seeing the dirt on his own body, Subaru noticed that her black skin was littered with lacerations. Coated in resilient scales, it would be no easy task to damage the ground dragon's skin even with the appropriate tools.
But it seemed to Subaru that these wounds were inflicted from the inside. Then, he remembered. The tomb would use its powers to expel those unqualified to take the trials. The wounds that confined Roswell to his residence were inflicted the same way.
When anyone without qualification trespasses inside, the tomb would mercilessly bare its fangs, which means...
Subaru, did you seriously get yourself hurt to pull me out?
Patrash,
Subaru, why would you do something so stupid?
For me it's just waking up and walking out of there.
That's it. You didn't have to get all flustered and hurt yourself pulling me out.
The gashes carved into her skin were deep enough that the red flesh beneath her black scales was showing through, and just the sight of blood seeping from the gaps made Subaru want to wince in pain. Patrash's persistence in pulling Subaru outside in spite of her wounds was, quite frankly, pointless. Unable to understand the meaning of Patrash's actions, Subaru dropped his gaze while the ground dragon brought her snout closer. Subaru, still sitting there with his legs powerlessly splayed out, felt its tough surface brushing over and over against the back of his neck. The unspoken understanding he thought existed between them was in fact a one-way road, and their relationship was actually just him being cared for in various contexts.
Subaru, Otto.
Otto, huh?
What is it? You two look like you're having a nice moment, so I was thinking I should just leave so I don't get in the way.
Subaru, can you
please ask Patrash why she's helping me?
Otto possessed the divine protection of anima whispering, which allowed him to speak with animals, bugs, and various other life forms.
Naturally, that meant he could communicate with Patrash as well. What was Patrash thinking when she pulled Subaru outside in spite of her injuries?
What could be laying at the root of her actions unsettled him to no end. But Otto frowned at Subaru's request, looking reluctant. Otto, honestly, I'd rather not, Natsuki-san. Subaru, don't say that, just please. Otto, from what I can guess from your mutterings to Patrash-chan. Natsuki-san, you were just inside the tomb taking the trial, right? After this morning, I'd already vaguely suspected that you're qualified for the trials, but, from the looks of it...
You failed?
Subaru, yeah, pretty much. Though the intensity of his interactions with the witches had muddled his memory, in this loop, Subaru had yet to tell the others about taking the first trial. After revealing it only to Garfield, he re-entered the tomb to the second trial and the witch's tea party. The trial wasn't the only reason he was so distraught, but Subaru saw no reason to correct Otto's misunderstanding and merely nodded his head. Hearing this, Otto slumped his shoulders and let out an astonished sigh. "Otto, I can imagine several reasons why you did that.
But what you did was stupid, Natsuki-san.
You got yourself hurt inside, and on top of that you worried your dragon and got us where we are now. Patrash-chan has a keen intuition, and she must have sensed that something's happened to you. That's why she knocked me out of the way and rushed over.
And her wounds couldn't have been unrelated, either."
Subaru, Otto followed the same train of thought to reach the same conclusion.
Subaru had figured as much. But the question was, why did Patrash go so far for him? That was what he wanted Otto to ask her. "Otto, what? What's with that look? You mean you're actually serious about what you said?" "Subaru, how about we flip this? Do I really look like I'm in a state to be joking right now?"
"Otto, I'm sure you'll find a way to tell terrible jokes even when you're ragged and torn, Natsuki-san."
"In this case, I would have been happier if you were joking. You really don't know?"
Before Subaru could refute that quiet question, he found himself overwhelmed by Otto's gaze. It was almost a look of disbelief, as if Otto was looking down at Subaru like he was an idiot. So, was there something huge Subaru had overlooked, or what? But finding no answers, Subaru only fidgeted, furrowing his brows and looking confused.
Sweat rose on his forehead from the anxiety, but still nothing came to mind. Seeing this, Otto sighed once again.
"Otto, my divine protection isn't as all-powerful as you think, Natsuki-san.
While it can communicate ideas, that doesn't mean it can do translations.
Even if what you say makes sense to me, I can't act as an intermediary and convey it to someone else. There's a tricky problem of nuance." Subaru, Otto, that looks totally saying do it anyway.
"Well, I can do it, but I don't really
see the point." Drooping his head, muttering in dissatisfaction, Otto nonetheless gave in to Subaru's request. Otto approached Patrash, who was still rubbing against Subaru with her snout, and gently stroked her jet-black back. "Otto, The sound that came out of Otto's opened mouth was scraping and shrill. Bearing no resemblance to human speech, it was the product of the divine protection of anima whispering, which was converting his words into a cry that ground dragons could understand. Patrash lifted her head and answered in a similar screech. Hearing this, Otto opened his mouth again, and they went on exchanging these screeches, until...
"Otto, that's about it, but..."
It's kind of hard to find the proper words to communicate this. The way dragons express emotions is different from humans as well, so how do I explain this from only what I can understand?"
"Subaru, stop playing around.
Just tell me, please."
"Otto, it's not that I'm playing around."
This is really problematic. I mean, it's really going to require an insane amount of consideration to get this right." Scratching his head, Otto looked up several times as he deliberated, only to lower his head again to continue thinking while Subaru started impatiently fidgeting.
Then, Otto sighed, and...
"Otto, all right, here it is.
I've chosen the words that probably will be the closest I can manage."
Subaru, right. So what did Patrash say? Otto, it would be something like, well, don't make me say it out loud. Subaru, huh? Subaru's eyes widened as Otto embarrassedly scratched his cheek. Subaru waited a bit longer to see if Otto had anything else to say, but it didn't seem like any more words were coming. Seeing the dumbfounded Subaru, well, Otto went on. "Otto, Patrash-chan said, well, don't make me say it out loud.
And in my opinion, that sounds about right." "Subaru, don't make me say what?"
"Otto, whichever way you take it, that's what it means. If I have to supplement it with my own opinion, it would be, do I really have to tell you for you to understand this?"
"Something like that."
Seeing Subaru's confusion deepen, Otto held up a finger with, "You listening?" Otto, when you don't know whether someone is in danger, but you couldn't bear standing still and rush out, paying no heed to your own injuries as you lend them your hand, then you stay at their side until they wake up, and finally give them a relieved smile when they wake. I think whether it's a human or a dragon, when they do something like that for another person, it's pretty obvious what they're thinking.
Subaru, A.
Otto, so even if you're not Patrash-chan, you should know what "don't make me say it" means. If you still can't tell from her attitude, then you're just way too daft.
You're really lucky, aren't you?
Hearing Otto's exasperated question, Subaru realized just how stupid he was.
He looked at Patrash, still sitting at his side, and found her staring at him with the same relieved gaze.
As if noticing the shift in his mind, she wagged her long tail and stood up. Patrash, dash dash. Once again, she brought her snout over, and Subaru's hand naturally moved to pat it. Stroking his palm over her hard, craggy hide, Subaru's voice was trembling. Subaru, so,
You, like me, ha.
Patrash, dash dash.
Subaru, you love me. That's why you're here for me.
Ha.
Something that had weighed on his chest suddenly dropped with a thunk.
Patrash growled in reply, then violently rubbed her snout inside his palms as if to hide her embarrassment. Subaru furrowed his brows at the sensation scraping his skin, and, when he opened his mouth,
Subaru, ooh, A.
Otto, Natsuki-san? A droplet of heat rolled down his cheek.
It was a teardrop. For before he knew it, the tears that had abruptly welled up in his eyes overflowed. Quickly wiping it with his hand, it was too late to hide it.
Otto already saw it. Otto, are you
crying because you realized your ground dragon is attached to you?
Natsuki-san.
Subaru, no no no. That's not what this is. The timing's just lined up too well.
Just when I thought it didn't feel real, the answer suddenly flew into my mind when I wasn't prepared. The unfair timing of this revelation caused even more emotions to come flooding in even as Subaru desperately tried to restrain them. Back at the witches' tea party, Subaru had realized that he didn't want to die. And that just as much as he wanted to protect those he loved, he also wanted to be there alongside them in the end. As for whether he was worthy enough for them to care about him, that was more difficult to say, and so he swore that he would find out.
And now, there was Patrash's unconditional loyalty. Being hit with something like this before he had done anything, what was he supposed to do?
The answer to the question he had been agonizing over, Patrash had just given it to him alongside his awakening. At least to Patrash, Subaru was precious enough that, when she sensed he was in a nightmare, she rushed there to pull him out even though it meant injuring herself to do it. Subaru, didn't think I'd be getting this lesson from you.
Thank you, Patrash.
Answering the loyalty she was directing at him, Subaru filled his strokes with sentiment as he patted Patrash. And, standing still, Patrash resolutely stretched out her neck to savor his touch.
All the while, she was swaying her tail in indication of her happiness.
Otto, now that you've reconfirmed your bond with Patrash-chan, are you all right, Natsuki-san? Subaru, yeah, that helped a lot, thank you. Am I all right? Otto, I mean physically and mentally. The trial must have been really hard on you, right?
You looked like you were almost crying from loneliness, and Emilia Summer was the same way.
Just when Subaru was about to refute Otto's observation, he realized just how frail he must have been, and did not say anything. Instead, his thoughts turned to Emilia. Subaru, it wasn't easy, that's for sure. But I think it was easier on me than it was on Emilia.
More importantly, since you were worried about me.
Does that mean you love me too? Otto, can you please refrain from turning it into something repulsive?
There are lines you shouldn't cross, even if you're feeling lonely.
Is Patrash-chan not enough for you that now you have to ask that question to anyone you meet? Subaru, can't I? Honestly, right now I'm right on the fence about whether or not to give myself validation here, so I'd like to get one more encouraging message please. Otto, right, good to see you're back to your usual self. My worries for you were purely out of consideration for our future cooperation. I hope you don't misunderstand. Scowling at the warning signs of Subaru's returning eccentricity, Otto threw up his arms, saying this future cooperation was a rather pretentious way to put it, but for Otto, who would like to clearly maintain his standing as a merchant, this was a necessary thing to say. Otto, my acquaintance with you, Natsuki-san, is purely to preserve cordial relations with Margrave Mathers. Should any problems arise on that front, or if it starts to look like my life is in danger, I'll be scurrying away as fast as my legs can take me.
I'd like you to remember that.
Making that rather unfeeling statement, what Otto said was not so much heartless as it was already the implicit understanding between them. The fact that Otto kept going out of his way to say it only showed that he was a kind person at heart, late as it is to mention this. Subaru, right, yeah.
You'd. Actually, no.
Just as Subaru was about to accept Otto's realist remark with a nod, he stopped.
Listening to him just now, a sense of weariness scraped across his chest.
Then, arriving at the answer instantly, Subaru sighed.
Otto, what is it? Subaru, I just remembered.
Yeah, remembered. Remembered. Nodding several times in front of the confused-looking Otto, Subaru held his hand to his head and tilted back his neck. Subaru and Otto had operated together many times in these loops inside the sanctuary. Each time, Subaru had seen him.
And because Subaru had seen him.
Subaru, you'll scurry away at the first sign of danger. Huh. Otto, yeah, you bet. It's obvious, isn't it? There's no reason for me to extend my concerns to you or anyone else.
Where there's life, there's hope, as they say. Subaru, you wouldn't run.
Otto, huh? As Otto tried to take a realist stance by assuming this frivolous tone, Subaru muttered. Seeing Otto's eyes widen, Subaru looked at him straight on, and said, Subaru, you wouldn't leave me and run, Otto. Otto had snuck into a hidden building guarded by a violence-ready Garfield to help Subaru. And he had resisted the beastified Garfield alongside the villagers to stop it from devouring Subaru.
Even as he dressed himself in heartless words and pretended to be a bad person, Subaru knew that he wasn't. That's because Subaru, Otto. You're my friend.
ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 81, Light. After receiving that pep talk from Otto and Batrash, Subaru's heart was temporarily brought back from the depths of the abyss. Quite frankly, there was a lot about the events inside the Dream Citadel that he still hadn't swallowed down, but nevertheless, he must chew them and turn them into strength.
Subaru, well,
won't be getting any help from Ikidona anymore. The Witch of Greed Ikidona had put up a friendly facade as she observed Subaru's struggles. But after their final exchange, he was now convinced that that wasn't all of it, and that witches are creatures who never stray from their principles. This was made painfully clear by the other 5 witches, Sekhmet, Daphne, Camilla, Typhon, and Minerva. In Subaru's eyes, they certainly weren't evil beings.
But by no means would he call them virtuous.
This was true even for Minerva, whose very creed was to heal others. The way she rushed with self-abandon to heal him, despite losing her arm and legs, was more horrific than noble.
As for the final witch, Satella, he would much rather not think about her for now.
His feelings for Satella, those incomprehensible emotions surging inside him, he instinctively knew that seeking their answers now, when he was so pressed for time, would be dangerous.
And those final words they exchanged at their parting.
The last he saw of Satella, just remembering her in that moment sent the insides of his chest into a frenzy, as if his heart would tear itself out. And so, Subaru consciously avoided thinking about Satella, and instead directed his thoughts to other matters. That is, the last bit of advice Ikidona had given him, and the question of whether he should take Satella at her word. Subaru, be kinder to myself.
It's easy to say, but
from meeting Satella, and through the experience of the first and second trials, Subaru was made aware of the fact that those he wished to save from death would also grieve over his, and that, in his heart of hearts, he didn't want to die. But then, what could he do?
Nothing had changed the fact that he had no other weapon at his disposal. The multitudes of problems waiting to be solved hadn't gone away.
In fact, the number of people he could rely on to help him had only decreased. Though his heart had slightly gotten back on his feet, everything else had only degraded rather than improved. Subaru, rely on the people who care about me.
How am I supposed to do that? Just be honest and ask them for help. That's probably what she meant.
But the one forbidding him from telling others was none other than Satella, or, judging from the flow of the conversation, the one forbidding any mention of return by death was probably the persona of the Witch of Envy. Perhaps, Satella had different ideas than her alternate personality.
And, in that final whisper,
Subaru, I already said this isn't the time to be thinking about this. Noticing that his thoughts were once again drifting towards Satella, Subaru stepped on the brakes.
What he needed to do was find concrete plans to solve his problems.
Subaru, Garfield is
afraid of the outside world.
Huh. That was Ikidona's last piece of advice, and possibly the information needed to break through this situation. Garfield had practically confessed that he had taken the first trial, and Ikidona's words had confirmed it. The question was, what did he see in his past that made him afraid of the outside world? The trauma of not being able to follow Frederica out of the sanctuary to live in Roswell's mansion couldn't be unrelated to this. But Subaru doubted Garfield would divulge it freely if he asked him up front.
Subaru, which means I'll have to get it out of someone who knows.
Frederica or Louis-san were both pretty tight-lipped about it. If Frederica's words could be believed, then she was unable to follow Garfield into the tomb, and consequently, she would not be in a position to know the contents of the trial. Louis, on the other hand, or at least the Louis clone who ran in to drag him out, had taken the trial.
There was a good chance that she might know the details of Garfield's trial. Subaru, as much as I hate to do it, the most reliable plan would be getting the command authority from the Louis Maya crystal and ordering her to tell me. Not even the leader of the clones and the representative of the sanctuary, Louis, could disobey an order from the one holding the command authority. Even if it went against her wishes, he could force her to do it.
And more than just information, it would also mean obtaining the support of 20-odd accomplices.
At least, that was how he tried to convince himself.
Subaru, The image of the sanctuary in flames, overrun by a horde of white rabbits, rose in his mind. As well as the wretched memory of ordering the Louis clones to protect him as he ran.
I must get to Emilia's side. With that as his justification, Subaru mindlessly gave his order as he sprinted, wound-ridden, into the tomb.
He had never regretted or reflected on his actions after the fact, but now that he looked back on it with a clear head, the callousness of his deed horrified him, especially now that he realized that it was out of his own pathetic desire not to die. Was there a more arrogant, more shameless way he could have sent those girls to their deaths?
Even though he insisted that he didn't want to, he couldn't trust himself anymore.
Subaru, my head's a mess.
I'm going too far into the negatives, damn it. My brain's gonna explode if I keep thinking like this.
Let's go one by one, and eliminate the things that I can eliminate.
Questions and answers, untangle the problems.
Start clearing them one at a time and then connect all the answered questions into a bigger solution. Approach the problems so that it leads to a positive outcome.
First,
Subaru, since I've passed the first trial, I should be the one to liberate the sanctuary. There's no need to put any more burdens on Emilia. Or rather, since any more pressure would break her state of mind, that has to be avoided at all costs.
He could remember Emilia sweetly drawing closer in the snow-covered sanctuary. It was obviously the result of her mind breaking as she repeatedly challenged the trial. Nothing good can come from making her face the trials anymore. Subaru, clearing the trials will be my problem. Which brings us to the second trial. I managed to survive it, but
does that mean I passed? The presents that were not to be, just as the name suggests, are worlds that would have been if a different choice had been made.
The second trial was precisely to experience such parallel worlds.
To anyone other than Subaru, it might simply have been an exploration of alternate paths that the world could have taken. But, to Subaru alone, the trial truly bared its fangs.
Subaru was shown the continuations of the worlds in which he had failed.
Facing him was a myriad of regrets, consequences, and grief-stricken laments for his death. Taking them into his eyes and soaking them into his skin, Subaru's heart was shattered to pieces. Even now, recalling it sent chills coursing through his body and assaulted his limbs with inescapable numbness. And, just when he was swallowed by the shrieking of his own heart, he was summoned to the Citadel of Dreams. So now the question is, did he pass the trial or not?
It doesn't look like he passed.
But then, what would he have to do to clear the second trial?
Unlike the first trial, he couldn't figure it out at all.
Subaru, just thinking about it won't get me anywhere, I just have to do the things that I can do. Shaking his head and clenching his indecisive heart, Subaru stood up. He pressed his hand against the mossy wall behind him and peered into the dark entrance of the tomb.
He had been pondering here alone, with neither Patrash or Otto at his side.
Embarrassed by the sheer stupidity of their last exchange, he had asked Otto to bring Patrash back to the stables. In the end, although it consoled him to see Patrash's concerned gaze as she left, Subaru needed some time alone to sort over the various thoughts on his mind. Subaru, the primary problems that need addressing are the sanctuary and the mansion.
In the sanctuary are the trials, Garfield, and the Great Rabbit. In the mansion are Beatrice and Elsa. I'm fighting on too many fronts here. With not a single solution in sight, he was just about falling into despair. But this was no time to be despairing.
He must steadily eliminate his problems, one at a time, while no longer treating his life as if it were disposable. Subaru, first is to confirm the status of the trials. If the second trial has just started, then all's well, but if it's completed and the third trial has started, that's even better.
At least, if he could remove the barrier sooner, that would help the situation greatly. He should start thinking about how to move Garfield as well. In the worst case, when the Great Rabbit attacks, they'll be able to escape outside. Even Garfield wouldn't be so stubborn when he is faced with the Great Rabbit. Removing the barrier would move the problems of the sanctuary closer to resolution. Thinking to this point, a faint glimmer of hope opened before Subaru's eyes, bringing with it relief.
He had been racking his brain over the endless problems, but now he finally saw something that could be leading to the answer. Subaru, Standing at the entrance of the tomb, Subaru held his breath as he gazed into the darkness of the stone corridor.
If he enters, the trial would start, and he may be faced with another present that was not to be.
Subaru could never get used to those scenes, no matter how many times he saw them.
But he knew that he was not allowed to ignore or forget them.
If he cannot escape, then he must face that challenge. Subaru inhaled a deep breath, held it inside, and stepped forward.
Venturing into the tomb, he would challenge the trials and release the Sanct.
Subaru,
The moment he stepped inside, a sensation swept over him like a punch to the skull.
The pain was like needles stabbing directly into his brain as light scattered before his vision while his legs gave way. His upper body toppled, and, unable to stand, Subaru collapsed on the spot.
Intense nausea surged up, wrenching out the contents of his stomach as he choked on its bile. He coughed, but no matter how much he did so, his body would not be appeased.
Alarms, the alarm bells were ringing. Caught in this cycle of discord and dissonance, Subaru panted as he tumbled towards the tomb's exterior.
Instinctively, he knew.
If he takes one step deeper inside, the torment racking his body would explode in ferocity.
Subaru, U-G-H.
Ha, P-H-U-A. Tumbling out of the tomb and throwing his hands onto the grass, Subaru puked over and over.
The moment his body completely exited the tomb, the agony tormenting his body fell away.
The headache, the nausea, the numbness of his limbs all faded as Subaru looked up with his teary eyes. Subaru,
Uck. What was
that? He looked to the entrance, but just as he reached out his hand to crawl towards it, a primordial rejection rose inside him.
It wasn't in fear of the trauma from the trial, or anything of the sort. It was simply that he understood that the tomb had rejected him.
Subaru, what is?
It rejected him.
Understanding this, Subaru immediately realized what had happened to him.
Patrash was injured when she went inside to bring him out. Roswell was severely wounded when he went in to challenge the trials.
The tomb rejects those who lack the qualifications to challenge the trials.
And it had just done so to Subaru. Subaru, that can't be. I mean, that would.
Standing up, tottering, Subaru mustered the courage to face the tomb once more. But, in just one step, the moment his foot entered, the headache and nausea returned as the overwhelming malaise crushed him so that he couldn't even stand.
Subaru, ha. Ha, ha, h.
Stumbling back, drawing ragged breaths, Subaru pulled away from the entrance of the tomb. This attempt only confirmed what he had already realized. Subaru, that.
Vile. Floating into his mind was the white-haired witch in her funerary dress. At their parting, surely, she was asking Subaru.
Will you take my hand, or will you take Satella's? And Subaru turned down her hand to choose Satella's.
If this was her revenge for his choice, then that's just far too. Subaru, and just when I thought. In the very, very end, that apparent gesture of goodwill that had made him almost think fondly of her.
Ikidona, you're not wrong in the least. Hearing the mischievous voice of the witch he should not be hearing, he turned his head to the sky.
Subaru, revoking my qualifications.
You said nothing about this, Echidna. Natsuki Subaru had lost the qualifications to challenge the trials to liberate the sanctuary. ARC 4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 82, Mutual Deception. Subaru, right, so I'm not just imagining this. Touching his hand to the crystal before him and sensing no signs of anything happening, Subaru pressed his forehead against the cold crystal and sighed. The girl sleeping inside the crystal, the original Louis Meyer, made no reaction to Subaru's lament. Although the lack of reply from that eternally sleeping girl was more or less expected, the lack of reaction in the general sense wasn't. Subaru, I've been disqualified. So even if I touch the crystal, the command authority won't transfer to me, huh? The command authority over Louis Meyer's clones was a power only an apostle of greed could wield. Having rejected Echidna, Subaru was revoked of his qualification to challenge the trials of her tomb. Apparently, he had been deemed unworthy of that role. Standing inside the facility's stagnant, sickening air, Subaru held his head as he saw his glimmer of hope fading. The worst case, the absolute worst case before he confirmed this, was that it was the trauma from the second trial that made him hesitate to step inside the tomb. If that was the reason behind it, then it was only a problem with Subaru's mental state. If he just forced himself to try again and again, he would eventually be able to bend his whimpering heart to his will.
But if it was something outside of his control, then there was nothing to be done.
Being unable to enter the tomb also meant that he wouldn't be able to negotiate directly with Echidna to regain his qualification. Even before that, considering their last parting, would any of the witches even want to see Subaru again?
Probably not, would be his instinctive understanding. Realizing this, Subaru understood that clearing the trials himself was now out of the question, and the task of liberating the sanctuary must be entrusted to someone else. Which means
Subaru, Emilia.
Will have to do it. Then?
Voicing the possibility that he was most afraid of, a heartfelt desire to curse Echidna's insidious designs swelled up inside him.
Echidna could read Subaru's memories. Only she could observe the repeating worlds the same way Subaru did.
And so, Echidna must know about Emilia, and how her heart and mind had been broken from continually challenging the trials alone. Echidna must also have known how desperately, and to what length Subaru would go to avoid that outcome. Was the Witch of Greed forcing this hardship on Subaru and Emilia, knowing this?
Subaru, what do I do? 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 What do I do?
His thoughts blazing and his mind growing white-hot, Subaru searched for a solution. But even as he taxed the burning synapses of his brain, not a single answer appeared to replace that extinguished glimmer of hope.
The situation was on a one-way road downwards, and the number of people he could rely on was diminishing.
A person who knew the situation he was in, who could pleasantly listen to his words with understanding. Someone who could accept the things he must leave unsaid, and converse with him regardless.
Nothing would come of mulling over it alone.
And he couldn't rely on Akidona anymore.
Which means, there now was only one person left whom he could share his problems with.
Roswell, I certainly wasn't expecting you to be visiting so late at GHT. Subaru, right, but why do I get the feeling you got everything ready and had been waiting for me? You haven't snuffed out the light to sleep, and looks like you just lit the fire, too. Roswell, so RSH. But, well, you're not Ung in the least. Sitting up on the bed leaning against his pillow, Roswell welcomed Subaru with a smile. While most of the lights in Roswell's residence were extinguished, the candle burning on his little bedside table had just been changed, its amber light swaying as it illuminated the room. The entrancing, flickering candle flame cast an eerie shadow over Roswell's pallid face. Taking this into his sight, Subaru swallowed a small breath as he prepared for the conversation to come. If Subaru's understanding was correct, then this conversation with Roswell would.
Roswell, nd so?
You've come to me in the middle of the night for a reason. You'll it be, that you are here to win me over with impertildition confessions of your longings?
Subaru, confession. I wouldn't call it that.
Roswell, is there a way to release the sanctuary without passing the trials? Roswell, At that sentence alone, Roswell's smile curdled, taking on a lurid, ghastly chill.
In fact, the slit of the clown's smiling lips stretched wide.
Stroking his long blue hair, he nodded several times, gazing into Subaru with his single yellow pupil. Roswell, Subaru-kun.
Which attempt are you currently on? That question took the reins of the conversation by implying that they both knew the thereabouts of what the other knew.
With it, Roswell would confirm the fact that Subaru could indeed return by death, and Subaru would know that Roswell was in a position to know this. And so, Subaru must present concessions while amending Roswell's information. With a short sigh, Subaru gave a purposefully emphasized shrug. Subaru, sorry, but it's too stupidly many to count at this point. I can't remember how many times we've probed each other like this, either. Roswell, I
see, you odd. If you're putting it that way.
I'll have to take your word for it, I suppose. Subaru, so, how about it?
Averting his gaze, Subaru tried to hurry the conversation along.
However, he did not overlook the fact that his words had made Roswell's cheeks stiffen, or that he had seized the initiative with his opening move. While Roswell knew that Subaru was looping, unlike Subaru, he cannot retain memories from the previous loops.
This was something Subaru had learned in the loop where Roswell revealed his knowledge of return by death.
It was there that Subaru learned of Roswell's incomprehensible resolve where, despite knowing that his death will be the end, he still sought to use Subaru's return by death to attain his desired outcome. Even now, Subaru couldn't help but find that way of thinking disgusting and repugnant, but Subaru, I'm in the middle of some trial and error right now.
So I'd appreciate your help.
Saying it with a kind of self-derision, Subaru was giving off the illusion that he was acting in accordance to Roswell's intentions.
At this stage, Roswell certainly knew more about the secrets of the sanctuary than Subaru.
It was unclear how much Roswell's gospel documented what would happen next, and it'd be no easy task to find out, but, recalling Roswell's mutters as he sighted the Great Rabbit, Subaru deduced that it wasn't detailed to that extent.
Which means, as long as he chooses his words carefully, there was a good chance Subaru could deceive Roswell, while extracting information from him. Roswell, and part of that trial and error involves freeing the sanctuary without challenging the trials. Is it?
So, that's the faint-hearted. With the authority in your possession, an infinite number of attempts should certainly make it possible for you to overcome any hardship.
I don't know how many times you have tried. But to give up in search of another third
is surely a sign of insufficient resolve? Subaru, I don't consider stubbornly betting everything on overcoming the trials to be a clever way of doing things.
Better to choose a smoother method if there is one, that's all. It'd be silly to put style over substance here.
The important thing is the fact that we escape from this place and that the credit goes to Emilia. Am I wrong, Roswell? Keeping his face calm and collected, one by one, Subaru scrutinized his own words in real time as he spoke. The task of weaving and checking each word moments before they rolled off his tongue was straining his nerves to the limit, but, without doing so, he would stand no chance of deceiving Roswell. His argument was cold hard logic. Most likely, this was the Subaru that Roswell wanted to see. There was no doubt that Roswell wanted to make Emilia king, and have Subaru help make it so. Besides, Subaru imagined that the more ruthless the suggestion, the more it'd be to Roswell's tastes.
And, sure enough.
Roswell, I-C.
That is indeed an A-answer to my liking. Roswell smiled with satisfaction at Subaru's reply.
Seeing the color of depravity deepen on the clown's painted face, Subaru bit down on the insides of his cheeks while doing his best to keep his untroubled expression. Roswell's disturbing gaze suggested that he regarded Subaru to be of the same breed as himself. That is to say, Roswell was considering Subaru to be the same as his own degenerate self. A biological disgust swelled inside him at the thought of it. But the more Subaru tried to think of a difference between them, the more apparent his own crookedness became. Roswell, Y-la, I am certainly delighted to see the changes in your thinking. To answer your question would prove the difficult.
There is no precedent.
After all, the barrier has never been broken since it was placed there. I wouldn't imagine there is a crack somewhere, since, considering who installed it, it'd be best to abandon all optimistic hopes for Su-ch oversights.
Subaru, it's a Kidona's barrier. Roswell, exactly.
The sanctuary's tomb is her gravestone, and the barrier is something she erected in her lifetime to keep the half-bloods for her experiments from escaping, although, I'm sure you've already vered that much.
Subaru, well, obviously.
Just saying, I already know about Louis Meyer and the facility in the woods.
That and the clones, and how Garfield has the command authority.
Roswell, that do speed things up. While Roswell gradually disclosed information, Subaru was also carefully revealing his cards. Hearing this, Roswell closed his single eye, sighing as if in thought. Roswell, the liberation of the sanctuary is an indispensable achievement if Emilia Summer is to become king. If she steps it, the people of the sanctuary and the villagers of our land will not see it as such. Subaru, as long as we can get them outside for now, we can easily smooth that part over later. Besides, this isn't the only chance for her to gather achievements. It's actually pretty bad timing, in fact, so if we pick another time too. Roswell, another time? Why are you back to saying this? Seeing Roswell's eye widen in bewilderment, Subaru realized that he had misspoken. Having scoured himself away and confirmed his resolve over countless loops, that was the Subaru he was performing here. In that Subaru's ruthless thinking, there was no reason he would pass up an opportunity to pick up an achievement right in front of him.
Without letting his regret show on his expression, before Roswell's doubts could deepen, just think about it, Subaru continued.
Subaru, as you already know, I'm willing to stop at nothing to make Emilia the king. So don't take this the wrong way, but, considering how I can rehearse the future and come back with all the information, liberating the sanctuary is pretty insignificant and doesn't really involve a lot of people. We could be putting our efforts into more important stuff like the white whale and the witch cult instead.
This place just isn't worth the effort.
Roswell, no. Liberating the sanctuary is necessary.
Let me make this clear, that point is beyond compromise.
You see, I still have some inevitable doubts about your words. Subaru, doubts? Subaru tilted his head as the conversation took a strange turn.
Seeing this, indeed, Roswell nodded.
Roswell, I cannot confirm with my own eyes what your authority can do.
It is also possible that I am not convinced by your says. Though naturally, once the results are in, I would have no choice but to pt it.
Subaru. Roswell, I can say with all certainty that to make Emilia Summer king, my power
and the support of the House of Mathers is indispensable.
Liberating the sanctuary is what will make me believe that your ability to assist Emilia Summer is genuine, and only then can there be a positive relationship between us.
I would like you to understand this.
Roswell narrowed his single eye, as Subaru fell speechless at the soundness of his argument. Everything Roswell said was true, and Subaru could think of no effective rebuttal. Emilia needs someone to back her if she is to stand on that stage as a royal selection candidate, and no one of influence besides Roswell would be willing to do so. All Subaru could do was to accept this as the reality of things. There was no other way. Following his orders so as not to displease his patron would be the correct course of action.
Roswell's views were sound, and the urgency of the situation was undeniable.
But, even while being swayed by those waves of reason, Subaru still felt like there was something off about it.
It just sounded as if Roswell was far too fixated on the point of liberating the sanctuary.
Subaru, this is slightly off topic, but... Roswell,
What is it?
Seeing Subaru raise a single finger to draw his attention, Roswell tilted his head. Locking his gaze onto his single, mismatched eye, Subaru spoke.
Subaru, is there a reason you're so obsessed with liberating the sanctuary no matter what?
Roswell,
Roswell met that question with only silence.
Silence, as his smile deepened and his yellow eye pierced into Subaru's. Subaru could sense it on his very skin that the mood of the conversation was changing. ARC4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 83, Mutual Confessions.
Sensing the prickling pressure on his skin, Subaru understood that his statements had just touched the core of Roswell's intentions. Roswell's smile was now the same smile that he had given before being devoured by the great rabbit in the snow as he revealed a portion of his plans. It was an expression of neither resignation nor delight, one which only exacerbated the alarms in Subaru's heart. Roswell, what gave you that idea? Late as it was, Roswell's obfuscation indicated that he had no intention of moving the conversation forward. At this, Subaru clicked his tongue with, "Even if you say that." Subaru, there was just something off about the way you turned down my suggestion just now.
When you stick a condition like the sanctuary must be liberated right at the very top, of course I'm gonna suspect something.
Roswell, but I've already given you a very logical explanation.
Besides, for the sake of our future cooperation, some proof is necessary.
That you can become Emilia Summer's unfailing support, that you can always provide her with the optimal solutions at her side, that is what I want you to convince me of.
The requirement for this is liberating the sanctuary. Subaru, but that doesn't sound like it has to be liberation. Any other method of escaping should be fine? If you want to give me a chance to prove myself, you can set up plenty of those later. Roswell, let me ask you something. In rebuttal to Subaru's insistence, Roswell raised a single finger.
Cut off mid-sentence, Subaru fell silent as Roswell gave a calm, collected nod. Roswell, you are the O-ni who seems awfully preoccupied about the trials? It's almost as if there is a reason you don't want the sanctuary to be liberated.
Subaru, of course I want it liberated.
I want to get this barrier opened as soon as possible and move the problems we can't solve in here outside.
But.
Roswell, but? Rambling before he knew it, Subaru realized he was playing right into Roswell's hands. If he starts shouting and blurting out words without thinking, this game of deception will go to Roswell. As calmly as he could, Subaru picked his words. Subaru, I don't want to see Emilia's heart wounded from challenging the trials. Roswell, but isn't that what your authority is for? Should Emilia Summer stumble in the trials, you can always take her place.
What is the problem? The important thing is that the sanctuary is liberated, you said so yourself.
Subaru, GH. Caught off guard by his own words, Subaru bit his lip, searching for something to say.
But asserting nonsense on top of nonsense wouldn't lead to any sensible response.
Subaru, of course I know it doesn't matter whether it's me or Emilia who clears the trials. Digging up the wounds of her past is too painful for Emilia.
I know I should be doing it in her stead.
It's just. Roswell, Please don't tell me you are looking for a way out because the trials are too par-inful for you too?
Roswell's gaze harshened, as his words grew in sharpness.
To the stumped Subaru, no, no, he continued.
Roswell, to save yourself, to cower from the pain.
If that is the reason you are searching for another way out, is that all that your feelings for Emilia Summer Amo tilde uns too? Subaru, that's not. Roswell, it's not? Truly?
How can you possibly say that? Who would believe it?
If you care about Emilia Summer, shouldn't you swallow down all the pain, the suffering, and the agony? If you love Emilia Summer, surely you must be capable of this? If you hold Emilia Summer dearer than anything else, if you prioritize Emilia Summer above anything else, if you regard everything besides Emilia Summer as minuscule existences and place Emilia Summer higher than anything else, surely there shouldn't be any problems.
Roswell's fluent and irrefutable speech was on the verge of engulfing Subaru.
Although Roswell's words were the very definition of extreme, anyone who understands Subaru's return by death would likely reach the same conclusion. If this was before Satella brought out his true feelings at the tea party, Subaru would probably have found himself agreeing with this logic. Yeah, that must have been it. Subaru had wanted to declare to Roswell that he would never be like him and sacrifice everything for the one thing most important to him. But, if he had taken Ikidona's hand at the tea party, right now Subaru would probably be living exactly the way Roswell wanted him to. Abandoning thought, eliminating choice, seeking only the results, scorning absolutely everything else. No matter how much he gets hurt, so long as Emilia and everyone else are smiling in the desired future ahead, then it's fine.
That was what he thought. But would Natsuki Subaru, after opting to withstand that suffering, be able to smile alongside them at the very end?
Or would he only manage something forced and barren, out of a sense of obligation to smile?
Subaru, in a sense, what you're saying is right, Roswell. Roswell, in a sense?
Narrowing his single eye, Roswell tilted his head at Subaru's meaningful reply.
Enduring the gaze of that yellow eye, Subaru spat out the words.
Subaru, like you said, if I throw everything away and go forward protecting only Emilia,
I'm guaranteed to be able to save her. But that's not enough. Roswell, not enough.
Subaru, I will save Emilia. But I won't be satisfied with only Emilia. Rem, Beatrice, everyone in the sanctuary, everyone in the mansion, and everyone who's helped me in the capital.
I want to save all of them, all together.
Roswell, Subaru, your lifestyle of being satisfied with only one person just doesn't work for me.
Honestly, I'm not sure if it's me or you who's greedy here.
Consistently longing for a single person and abandoning everything for that one person is, in a way, beautiful.
One could even say that there is no nobler pursuit than to live by that kind of love.
Perhaps Roswell's way is just one man's ideals taken to the extremes.
But to really do so requires unparalleled resolve.
Scouring his soul and casting away everything but the one most precious to him wasn't a lifestyle Subaru could live by. Just as always, Subaru was far too petty, like a selfish little child. Roswell, I-T seems it still wasn't enough to sharpen your reso tildolv.
Subaru. Roswell, for a moment.
Yes, for just a moment, I had hopes.
T I might live to see my desired future. But it seems that is no T to be. Roswell shook his head, voicing this lament.
Their exchange had revealed to Roswell that Subaru still lacked the resolve he wanted from him. Compared to the unfeeling, all-conquering Subaru Roswell expected him to be, the current Subaru was only an unsatisfactory failure.
At the same time, to Roswell, this meant nothing less than seeing the endpoint of his own life. Roswell, just how many times?
Are you going to disappoint me? Subaru, if that's how you feel, then you could be a little more cooperative with me. If you were more open to lending me a hand, most of our problems could be solved by now. Subaru threw back this disdainful comment at the disappointed Roswell. The truth is, being hopelessly lacking in the combat department, Subaru desperately needed Roswell's strength. His incredible magic that rained fire on the Mabeast's forest and his unerring techniques that slaughtered the rushing rabbits, countering the great rabbit's threat would be impossible without Roswal's help. Conversely, if Subaru could secure Roswal's assistance, that alone would solve the greater part of the sanctuary's problems. However, Roswal shook his head to Subaru's cheap yet ardent request. "Roswal, sorry, but I cannot. Working with you as you currently are would be far too disadvantageous for me."
Hypothetically. Yes, let's hypothetically say that I assist you, and you overcome this situation.
Your resolve will remain uncertain, and you and Emilia Summer will undoubtedly encounter other obstacles in the future.
Will you also rely on me then?
You would postpone confirming the resolve that you should have made here just so you could dither when you fall into the same irreparable situation again?
Subaru.
Roswal, you see, Subaru-kun, I cannot give my assistance unless it is to someone with whom I can entrust my goals.
A relationship of dependence is not what I need for my purposes. And so I want you to do what you can to convince me that you have the resolve to go forward. Subaru, your
goals.
Roswal, regrettably, it would seem that this time it will go unfulfilled. I will have to place my hopes on next time, when you can truly and unquestionably accept your power. Ending his words there, Roswal's body laid down onto its side, as if having lost its strength. For Roswal, his present self had already lost any reason to live.
All that was left to do was to watch Subaru fail and rewind, bringing about the ending of this world. If the conversation ended here, Subaru would not have achieved a single thing he came for. As he watched Roswal withdrawing into himself, waving his hand urging him to leave the room, Subaru desperately forced his mind to think. Subaru, so what would I have to demonstrate to convince you of my resolve? Roswal, HHM.
Honestly, I had hoped you'd have already figured it out from our interactions P to now.
Rewinding so many times just to ask that really is a waste of effort. Drawn by Subaru's words, Roswal sat up once more and held a hand to his chin.
Roswal, in short, liberating the sanctuary will achieve that.
Your actions are indispensable to the sanctuary's liberation, and you will need to possess the unwavering resolve to repeat as many times as necessary. The liberation of the sanctuary itself will be proof of that resolve. Subaru, but why is that? Sure, that might be the closest to an answer if there is one, but if it's just overcoming the trials, what does that have to do with my resolve to cast everything else aside? I mean, there's also a chance Emilia could just pass the trials on her own and…
Roswal, there is none.
Finding Roswal's statements a bit too extreme, Subaru immediately voiced his doubts. But Roswal's response was cold and cutting.
The sharpness of it daunted Subaru, while Roswal wagged his finger. Roswal, your fleeting hopes will not come to fruition.
Emilia Summer will need Tilda Vare overcome the trials.
That thing is too weak at heart.
Subaru, that
thing? Roswal, precisely.
I'm sure part of it has to do with its upbringing and the habits it had grown accustomed to, but that thing is useless. It can't even stand by itself, just like a weak, brittle little child. Watching the way she pushes herself out of guilt and remorse, it's so admirable I even feel some pity. Hearing Roswal speak of Emilia in a way he had never heard him before, Subaru was at a loss for words. Courageous, tenacious, kind-hearted, eager Emilia, temporarily caught by an ill twist of fate and unable to resolve her trials, would surely overcome it and liberate the sanctuary with her own strength if only she was given time.
Subaru never doubted this.
The only reason Subaru wanted to take the trials in her stead was that they had no time, and that Subaru couldn't bear to see Emilia hurt. It certainly wasn't because he had given up on her or thought her incapable of passing the trials.
Subaru, how could you say that Emilia can't?
Then why did you bring her here?
Roswal, because of you.
Because you are here, even a weak, powerless half-elf could aspire to the throne.
No, she will take the throne. That is certain.
Because you will remove all other paths and ensure that her desires are realized.
That is the power vested in you.
If Emilia Summer has any value, it is that she holds the strongest card, you, in hand. Subaru, I'm the strongest card? Listening to Roswell's dizzying statements, calling him the strongest, that outlandish claim threw Subaru into disarray.
That was an adjective completely foreign to his powerless self.
Besides, to insult Emilia as Roswell just did was unforgivable. Subaru, are you kidding?
What would you
know about how hard Emilia tried, what kind of thoughts went through her head, and how much she suffered challenging the trials?
Being forced to witness a past she didn't want to see, still, do you know how desperately she tried? And yet, you. Roswell, if it all comes to nothing, then it is only wasted effort. I'm sure you know far be tilde to than I that it all came to no tilde thing.
If Emilia Summers' efforts bore fruit, you would have had no reason to co-tilde me here. Subaru-HK. Subaru's shouted rebuttal did not make the slightest dent in Roswell's composure. Instead, as if doused by cold water in the heat of passion, Subaru fell utterly speechless.
In fact, Roswell's statements captured a portion of the truth.
As far as Subaru had seen, Emilia had never progressed beyond the first trial. Despite challenging with everything she had, each time she was thwarted by the barricade of her past, her heart was worn a little thinner. Unable to rely on her trusted puck as she was abraded down to her core, Emilia eventually came to mistake her dependence on Subaru for love, and broke. Because he knew that future, Subaru couldn't refute Roswell out of emotion here. But there was no way he could just quietly watch as Roswell insulted Emilia. Roswell, looking down on Emilia while expecting far too much of Subaru's return by death, was there some way to wipe that smug look off his face?
The moment he thought of it, Subaru shouted it out.
Subaru, yeah, I get what you're saying now.
But you know what? Nothing will come of your plans.
Roswell, oh?
And why is?
Subaru, you seem to be hoping I'd take Emilia's place and break through the trials.
But Ikidona's already revoked my qualifications.
The outcomes you were hoping for won't be coming from me.
Too bad, isn't it?
Clutching his chest, Subaru screamed at Roswell's composed face. It was a painful affair for Subaru himself, but what it meant for Roswell's plans must be simply devastating. Knowing that it'd be impossible even for Roswell to keep calm once he learned this, Subaru was about to curl his face into a twisted smile, when
Roswell, revoked. Your qualifications? Hearing a mutter, desolate and feeble, it was only moments later that Subaru realized it had come from Roswell.
Before his eyes, Roswell's body sank into the bed, frozen rigid. Both his mismatched eyes were now wide open, staring at Subaru, while his lips faintly quivered.
His usual self-assured attitude, that detached, all-knowing air, and that incorporeal queerness, had all peeled away. Roswell, what could it mean? Subaru, what could it? It means what it means.
Called by that faltering voice, Subaru unwittingly answered in a shaken voice of his own. Pressured by a voice that sounded nothing like the Roswell he knew, Subaru swallowed his saliva to slightly moisten his parched throat. Subaru, Ikidona.
She disqualified me.
Forget the command authority over the replicants, even stepping into the tomb sends my head reeling. I'm in the same boat as you now, can't go in even if I try. Roswell, why, did?
No. How could this be? You, taking the trials of the tomb. Otherwise, the sanctuary's liberation. And her wish. Holding a hand to his lips, Roswell let out this hollow mutter with a look of disbelief.
Seeing this unexpectedly intense reaction, Subaru was at a loss for words as he realized that his revelation went further than exacting revenge. Not just in this series of loops, but from the day they met, this was the first time Subaru had ever seen Roswell panic. Just which part of his words could have shocked him to this degree? However, Subaru only swallowed a breath, and
Subaru, in your gospel,
does it say that I will overcome the trials? Roswell, Subaru, I know that if things don't follow the gospel's writ, you'll be ready to give up on everything.
But if you've decided that breaking through the trials is my job, that won't be happening now.
Like how his victory over the first trial carried over, and how the witches seemed to share his memories across return by deaths, the citadel of the Witch of Greed lies beyond the rules of this world.
Even if he returned by death, the memories of their exchanges in the citadel would not fade.
That was why he felt saved in that place, and why he held more than a little fondness for Echidna.
And that was why, he knew
that even if he died and returned to the tomb, his qualifications would not be restored. He would need Echidna's permission to regain them, but to receive Echidna's permission, he would need to enter the tomb, yet to enter the tomb, he would need the qualifications. In short, Subaru had completely lost any means of challenging the trials. Roswaal, is there
a way you could regain the qualifications? Subaru, if there is one, you'd know better than me. If you're saying you don't know, then how could I know?
While answering Roswaal's faint whisper, internally, Subaru noticed a possibility.
Chances were, Echidna would be watching Subaru's struggles this very moment from inside the tomb.
As if sulking after Subaru rejected her hand, she must be waiting to see what he could do by taking Satella's. If that path winds up riddled with failures, and at last he relents and comes back crying to the witch he had rejected, perhaps Echidna would offer him her hand once more. But, if he took Echidna's hand then, it would mean throwing away every word he had said to Satella, as well as every feeling his heart harbored at this moment.
He would have delivered Amelia to the optimal future in the end. Even if it was only that, it'd have been better than scattering into 1,000 pieces halfway.
Roswaal, if you rewind the world, can you return to a time before your qualifications were revoked? Subaru, you seem to be misunderstanding something. My power isn't omnipotent.
It's not like I can just return whenever I want with no price to be paid.
Besides, the point I go back to will be too late.
If I return, it'll be after it's been revoked. I still won't be able to enter the tomb.
Roswaal, I see.
Roswaal's voice as he replied was weak, and his visage seemed to have aged all in a single moment.
Roswaal had always carried a certain youthfulness about him such that it was almost impossible to discern his age.
But now, with his shoulders drooping, even that was gone.
It was the anguished expression of a man who had clung to a delusion for a long, long time, only to be thwarted by something beyond his reach.
Beneath the clown's makeup, for the first time, Subaru managed to feel that Roswaal was something of a fellow human. But this fact did not solve anything, no matter how much Roswaal might wish otherwise.
Subaru, I'm just as lost as you are, Roswaal.
But if we work together and talk this over, I'm sure we could come up with a solution.
Roswaal, Subaru, it might be pretty hard to get things the way your gospel described, but the writ doesn't have to be the end of everything.
As long as it largely matches.
Maybe you don't agree, but if we just find some way around it.
Roswaal, not enough.
Subaru, huh? Subaru tried to find some kind of compromise and make Roswaal concede. But, with eyes so hollow that he might as well not have heard a single word Subaru was saying, Roswaal murmured something. Inadvertently opening his mouth as he heard this, Subaru took a step forward.
What did Roswaal say just now? Did he mishear him?
And, inching closer, Roswaal's whisper slid into his ears.
Roswaal, all the ways I tried to corner you, were they still not enough?
Subaru, what? Roswaal, I don't know the circumstances, but if Echidna went back on her decision, you and her must have had a befitting exchange. I was supposed to have steeled your resolve to challenge the trials before such a rift could have opened between you.
I didn't succeed.
Subaru,
Roswaal, if I had cornered you further.
Made you realize that if you try to reach for everything, you will lose what's most important to you.
Then this wouldn't.
Subaru, wait, Roswaal.
Wait. What was he trying to say? Though Subaru had the feeling that it would be something decisive, and he absolutely needed to hear it, for some reason he was hesitating. Because, if he kept listening, he would no longer be able to stand here. He was sure of it. Or rather, he had already suspected something along these lines for a very long time.
Yet those confounding suspicions never materialized because Subaru was stuck on the idea that Roswaal would have no reason to do this, as well as the thin but present trust that he had in him.
But the words Roswell was about to say would sever that once and for all. Before this happens, he must say something.
But no matter how hard he searched inside him, Subaru could not find the words, while time passed on. Roswell, summoning you and Emilia to the sanctuary, knowing Garfield's disposition. Subaru, --
Roswell, forcing Emilia Summer to challenge the trials, knowing its horrors, so that her wounds would spur you to action.
Subaru, wait, please wait.
Wah.
And Roswell, showing you that you will inevitably lose those you cherish in a place beyond your reach, and by doing so, perfect you.
All of that was still not enough. With this, Roswell had just confessed to pulling the trigger on the tragedies in the mansion.
ARC4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 84, Denied X Denied X Denied.
Crumbling, the ground was crumbling beneath his feet. Losing sight of the footing that by all means should be there, Subaru felt like he was falling from someplace high. In reality, Subaru was only standing there frozen in the middle of the room, staring with wide-open eyes. The fact that he nevertheless felt this was simply owing to the shock of Roswell's confession.
Subaru, a place beyond my reach? Roswell, you already have the answer, don't you?
When two important things are simultaneously faced with peril, one would be forced to choose. Choose which one is more important, and which to cast aside. Only this way, by relinquishing everything except the one most precious to you, will you become the perfect being that you were chosen to be.
Subaru, what kind of bullshit is that? The perfect being?
All I see is a stupid, wound-ridden asshole stuck alone in the middle of a wind-swept wasteland. Roswell, and yet you may still stow the one most precious to you in a place abound in lusciousness, where its purity and beauty is untouched. Compared to your own injuries, this is more important, isn't it?
Roswell, somewhat regaining his composure, asked this question, but Subaru did not reply. It was not that he was persuaded, nor at a loss as to what to say,
but simply that his erupting emotions were so great in volume that they could no longer be formed into words. There was never a time he had felt so overwhelmed beyond speech. Was the tragedy at the mansion just the result of this senseless obedience to this incomprehensible logic and this arbitrarily prophesying gospel? Frederica, Petra, and Beatrice, did they die for such a selfish reason? Perfecting Subaru's existence, was it for such a ludicrous goal that those girls lost their lives, betrayed by the master they trusted? Subaru, Roswell.
Are you really, actually,
insane?
Roswell, so it would seem, I have been for a long time.
Ever since 400 years ago when I was enchanted by those eyes, I have always been insane. Subaru, 400, D. Unable to swallow down the words that had just been thrown at him, Subaru only parroted it back at Roswell with his face contorted by confusion. Again, it was 400 years ago, but it was far too unnatural to hear it from Roswell's lips.
He couldn't possibly know what happened 400 years ago. Yet, the way he said it almost sounded as if he had existed all the way from 400 years ago until now.
Roswell, Natsuki Subaru-kun. While Subaru's eyes wavered in bewilderment, a nearby voice called to him.
Looking towards it, it was Roswell, who had stood up from his bed.
Seeing his tall figure standing within reach of his exhaled breaths made Subaru step back with a gasp, but he was caught by his collar, unable to escape.
Being pulled closer so that their foreheads were touching. Roswell, you have judged me insane, which I wholeheartedly agree. Without a doubt, I am insane. I am without sanity. Since a very long time ago, my heart was claimed from me.
Subaru, ha.
Roswell, but why aren't you?
You should be like me, no, even more insane than me.
Without it, you do not stand a chance.
Because the place you strive for is far higher than mine.
For this lonely road that no one can ever understand, what you need is not a human heart,
but one of strong, unfailing steel. Am I wrong? Subaru, Street, stop it. One by one the words seeped into his mind as Roswell's voice drew him towards the depths of the abyss. Subaru shook his head, trying to dispel that sensation, shoving Roswell's chest away. Jabbing a finger at his lanky body as he stepped back, unable to hide the shaking of his voice, Subaru bluffed. Subaru, whatever happens, no matter what, your plans had already gone down the drain the moment I lost my qualifications. Those traps you laid for the mansion, all of it's just pointless, meaningless sacrifice. If you understand that, then put a stop to this stupidity now.
Roswell, I refuse. Seeing your insufficient resolve, I am all the more convinced of its necessity. There is no need for you to be human.
I will corner you, wound you, force you to become so dependent on Amelia Summer that you shed and lose your humanity. At the same time, I will make sure that Amelia Summer is plunged into hopeless love and dependence for your very existence.
With you two engulfed by that mutual reliance, I shall choose the course for your drowning selves.
That is the one and only way that I shall realize my goal. Subaru, that's the point in any of that?
No matter how much you whittle me down, that's not going to get my qualifications back. You can break every bone trying to do it, and you'll still have nothing to show for it. Roswell, you should know best whether that is what you truly believe.
Subaru's screams were met by Roswell's frozen voice. The single, heavy thud in his chest was only because he grasped the meaning of Roswell's words.
It's quite simple, really.
Just as he figured, if he truly repented and asked for Echidona's help, she would offer him her hand again. If he was ever genuinely, hopelessly lost and was content with merely moving forward, this option would still be available to him.
And for that, Roswell, if it means having you return to her, Echidona will be happy to reinstate your qualifications. Considering how she is, that is only natural. I still know at least that much. Subaru.
Roswell, don't be conceited, Natsuki Subaru.
You are not the O'Tildenly one who understands Echidona. Spoken in a tone completely unlike Roswell, it was filled to the brim with hatred and malice. Struck by the intensity of its loathing, Subaru's body froze.
And it was only when he digested the meaning of those words that Subaru realized what Roswell's goal may be. Subaru, the reason you're so obsessed with liberating the sanctuary is
because that's Echidona's wish?
Roswell. Subaru, she designed it so that the tomb's trials would lead to the liberation of the sanctuary.
And completing this would serve as some kind of offering to her memory, is that what you feel?
Roswell, in life, Echidona had always wondered how this place would meet its end after her death. To that end, she left the tomb's mechanisms behind, and in there, she housed her soul. But for all of 400 years, the ending she desired has not visited this place.
In the 400 years since the sanctuary's barrier was erected, not once had it been broken. Echidona's wish of witnessing its end never came to pass.
Could Roswell's desire be showing Echidona that end so as to give her soul repose? The idea itself wasn't beyond Subaru's understanding. While he never believed in ghosts back in his old world, in this world, Subaru had interacted with Echidona and the other witches.
It did occur to him during the time he spent with them, that if they had left regrets in this world, perhaps he would have liked to help fulfill them, if only out of gratitude. But to live entirely for that purpose while disregarding the lives of everyone else would be preposterous. Subaru, that's not the same thing at all.
Roswell, we can find other ways to give Echidona's soul repose.
I promise, I will make sure of it. So call off the attack on the mansion. Roswell, I refuse. I will fulfill my desires and Echidona's wish. I will do what is necessary.
I will ruin all those I need to, I will wound you, and I will bloody my hands if need be. Subaru, stop dragging other people into your own self-satisfaction.
If there's something you want to tell her, pull her out and tell her yourself.
Instead of making sacrifices of someone trying to create a future, some child who still has her future, and some girl who's shutting herself in because she's stopped believing in the future. There was no need for Frederica, Petra, and Beatrice to be sacrificed for this plan. And there was no way he could accept Roswell's self-indulgent reasoning, especially when it completely disregarded the lives of those girls and was designed only to wound Subaru.
Roswell, I refuse. The only offer I will hear is I will do as Roswell intended.
All else I will reject.
Their sacrifice is necessary.
Subaru, fuck off. I'll have no problem exposing everything that you're planning and all the consequences that'll entail. Roswell, or rather, you ought to think before you act.
What would be the point of doing such a thing?
Making my misdeeds public will not change a single thing about the situation the sanctuary is wrapped up in. Emilia Summer will lose her backer for the royal selection, and the relationship between the residents and the refugees will only deteriorate. How do you think Emilia Summer will do in the trials with a malice-laden bomb at her back? How many times have you already seen Emilia Summer crumble? Subaru, when Garfield learns that Frederica,
that his sister is to be sacrificed in your plan, there's no way he'll just.
Roswell, if that's where you're placing your hopes, then you are truly blind.
Garfield will never rush out of the sanctuary to Frederica's aid.
Just the phantom threat of what might happen to the sanctuary while he is away will paralyze him with fear. Such is the pathetic, foolish existence that is Garfield, narrow-sighted, stubborn, relying on nothing but brute strength.
Even with that half-witted head, he could see what could befall the sanctuary without him.
And so, you can never use him to your advantage. Because that child is far too desperately concerned with protecting the weak and brittle in this world. A desperate child, a description that jabbed at Subaru's chest.
It was the same evaluation the witches had given to the self-sacrificing Subaru at the tea party. It would seem that Roswell felt the same about Garfield.
Unaware of this, or perhaps knowing full well, Garfield nevertheless wholeheartedly persevered for his goals.
Roswell, Garfield will not side with you. And I have no intention of halting my plans.
All you need to do is let your heart be withered, polished, and perfected.
Nothing else is necessary.
Accept this, Natsuki Subaru. Accept that the deaths of anyone besides Emilia Summer mean nothing.
Subaru, shut up.
I'll
never become like that. I'll never think like you, I'll never be like you. That's just not how humans think.
Roswell.
Subaru, I'm human. No matter what kind of random, incomprehensible power I'm given, no matter how much pain and suffering I endure, it'll never change that. I'm human. I'll always be human.
Declaring this to the silent Roswell, Subaru backed off from his towering body. A flicker of complicated emotion briefly flashed across Roswell's solemn expression, but he immediately shrugged. Roswell, no matter.
So long as you have infinite chances, it is all the same to me.
This time, I will give up on trying to convince you now.
I'll be leaving it to the next me. Subaru, it didn't work this time. Same with the next time and the time after that, I'll never accept your proposals. I will never become like you. Roswell, leave the room now. This life no longer has any meaning to me.
Returning to his bed and withdrawing into his sheets, Roswell left Subaru with these words and drew his attention away.
He closed his eyes as if to sleep, literally shutting off any further conversation.
Seeing this, Subaru opened his mouth, but no words came. Subaru,
Instead, without breaking the silence, he merely left the room, feeling defeated.
Coming out of Roswell's residence, Subaru wandered beneath the moonlight.
Subaru, what do I do?
Muttering a seemingly impenetrable question, voicing the words that had been repeating over and over in his mind, he was answered by only an echoless silence.
His question reached no one, merely disappearing into the void, leaving a lingering emptiness in his throat. In every sense of the word, he was stuck. He would have neither Roswell nor Ikidona's help now.
Collaborating with Ikidona was now physically impossible, and collaborating with Roswell was now sentimentally impossible.
Subaru had conceived of this possibility.
That perhaps Roswell was Elsa's employer and the attack on the mansion was in order to spur Emilia, or rather, Subaru, towards the trials. It was almost as if Elsa knew exactly when Subaru would arrive at the mansion. And then there was the death of the possible informer, Frederica, combined with Elsa's knowledge of the hidden passage and the forbidden library. All things considered, the only remaining suspects were Ram and Roswell. However, Ram's utter devotion to Roswell would give her no reason to do anything against Roswell's interests, so that left only Roswell. Yet, Subaru had always kept this possibility out of his mind, not because he didn't want it to be true, but because he thought it couldn't be.
Subaru, if Roswell is Elsa's employer, then.
When Emilia's insignia was stolen the very day Subaru was summoned to this world, was that also on Roswell's instructions? If the Gospel's texts had foretold of Subaru's existence, of the existence of the authority of return by death, and of the fact that it would prove indispensable to Emilia's victory, then the upheavals of that day would all have been necessary to procure Subaru as an ally. His frantic efforts that day, the 3 deaths he endured to save Emilia, and Emilia's smile when he asked her for her name, was all that simply playing into Roswell's hands?
Subaru, if everything was following this prophecy.
Then Rem's existence being stolen, the sanctuary being entrapped.
All of it was according to someone's plan?
In that case, all of Subaru's desperate struggles would have been nothing more than dancing to the strings that someone else was pulling. Was abandoning everything besides Emilia really the only way to proceed? Now that all roads were closed, was there truly no other choice? Subaru, what am I, stupid?
No, I am being stupid.
This is exactly the kind of brainless thinking that made Roswell.
If I let the same thing happen to me, The Gospel is not absolute.
No one understood this more than Subaru, who had personally overwritten the prophecies in Betelgeuse's Gospel.
The future instructing Gospel is not all-powerful. In fact, every time something deviated from the writ, Roswell gave up on the world and placed his hopes on the next.
Subaru, huh?
He felt like he hit on something strange just now.
While speculating on Roswell's Gospel and carefully going over the events in sequence, Subaru sensed that something was unmistakably amiss.
But he just couldn't quite put his finger on it. Subaru, what is it? What?
Something's off.
But, what is it?
As if being given an impossible riddle, Subaru searched through the mist for some sliver of light.
Roswell's Gospel. Acting in accordance to the writ.
Beatrice's Gospel.
The witch cult's Gospel. The cessation of new prophecies following the death of its owner. Blank pages.
Outcomes following the prophecy. Outcomes that don't follow the prophecy, this ongoing present that is currently deviating from the writ.
Subaru, still nothing.
It's one step away, but I just can't reach it. Though he felt he was holding all the pieces of the puzzle, they would always scatter before he could form them into any semblance of an image, but it was a tug that he simply couldn't ignore. Every time he was stuck like this, it was by piecing together smaller clues into an answer that he found the way out.
This time is no different. If he could just assemble the fragments one by one.
Subaru? Subaru, MN? The call of his name pulled Subaru's consciousness out of the sea of thoughts. Breaking out of the water's surface, he found himself standing in the darkness under the pouring moonlight, and saw Emilia gazing at him with her shimmering silver hair swaying. Unable to hide his surprise at this unexpected encounter and the pain that stabbed at his chest, Subaru raised his hand, and... Subaru, oh, Emilia, Tan.
What are you doing out here?
It's pretty late, you know. Emilia, but that's the same for you too, Subaru. If you stay up too late, you won't grow any taller.
Subaru, I
think I'm about finished with puberty, so I'm not super worried about that.
Emilia came in with a topic that was slightly beside the point as usual. Regaining some of his calmness thanks to her reply, Subaru naturally slid himself to Emilia's side. They were in the middle of the sanctuary, in something of an open plaza. Leaning herself against the mossy stone of a dried-out fountain, Emilia's silver hair drifted in the night wind as she looked to Subaru beside her. Gazing into the charm of her melancholy, amethyst eyes sent a sweet, aching pulse into his weakened heart. Emilia, I couldn't fall asleep, so I kind of came out for a walk.
What about you, Subaru? Subaru, nah, it's the same for me. I'm the kind of guy who can't sleep if you swap out my pillow, and also Otto snores surprisingly loud. Emilia, I'm really surprised you're dainty about those kinds of things, Subaru. Emilia gave a quiet laugh, putting her hand to her lips. Watching her from the side, Subaru reflected that this was the first time he had reunited with Emilia since returning by death tonight. In places unconnected to Subaru, people's actions generally follow the same path across the loops,
which means, on the night of challenging the first trial, Emilia would have always come out here for a walk, unable to sleep.
Being invited to the tea party, being threatened by Garfield's violence, discovering Louis' true identity, and learning of Roswell's dark machinations, while Subaru was busy with all of that, Emilia was changing as well. Emilia, you seem down, Subaru.
Subaru, I guess. I'm not, though.
Emilia, liar.
If you're the usual Subaru, you'd be more
kooky? Subaru, it's been a while since I heard anyone say kooky.
It's been a while since they've had this kind of exchange, Subaru thought as his cheeks softened with relief.
See? Emilia pointed at Subaru's cheeks, smiling. Emilia, there, you smiled. You always try to smile when you're in front of me, Subaru, but you couldn't do it just now. Subaru, Emilia, did something painful happen?
If you're worried about something.
If you want to tell me, I'll listen. Having the softening of his once tense cheeks pointed out and having those words of concern flung at him, Subaru desperately tried to contain the heat building beneath his eyelids.
Her gentle, compassionate words permeated throughout his body.
Surrounded on all sides, helpless and stuck, when even the last ray of hope is cut, he almost wanted to cling onto that beloved, tenderly offered hand. This wavering conviction, unable to follow through with even the resolve he had only just made, was both pathetic and frustrating. Subaru, it's
my own problem. I can't put that burden on you.
Emilia. Subaru, compared to me, you have a lot more on your hands, right?
The way you were after the trial. Are you really all right now?
Emilia, I got you worried. That was unsightly of me, wasn't it? Sorry, I think I ran into a problem I just wasn't mentally ready for at all. Subaru looked away, trying to change the topic, while Emilia managed a powerless smile in reply. She leaned back into the fountain behind her, looking up at the night sky as if to distract herself. Emilia, really?
I wasn't prepared at all.
I've gotten this far by running away from so many things that I needed to face, but Subaru, I don't see how that's a bad thing.
What's so wrong with running away from things that you don't like?
Does facing unpleasant things all the time mean that you'll beat them eventually? And who says you have to beat them? If you run away and find a different path, and then decide to take that path instead, is that really something people have to fault you for? Emilia, Subaru? Watching all those words spill from Subaru's tongue as he rambled, Emilia furrowed her brows, but without noticing her confusion, Subaru only kept going. Subaru, Echidna, who put up the trials, Roswell who knowingly lured us here, and Garfield who keeps getting in the way, everyone's just doing it for themselves.
You're free to do whatever the hell you want, but why drag us into it? And then you criticize us for not living up to your expectations. The hell do you want from us?
Emilia, Subaru, my head's about to explode and I'm at my wit's end. And yet more problems just keep piling up. And to top it all off, it's supposed to be all my fault? Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. Don't.
Just as he was growing dizzy from the surging emotions and inexplicable rage.
Soft palms wrapped around the back of his head, as he felt his body being pulled downwards. Feeling his head plunging into the softness before him, Subaru inadvertently stopped breathing. A hot, yet tender touch enveloped Subaru's face. Through its warmth, he heard a heartbeat, while his blanked-out consciousness began to realize what was happening, realize that he was being cradled against Emilia's breasts. Subaru, Emilia, take it slow.
Quietly now. Take it slowly, and listen to the sound of my heart. Subaru, NN.
Emilia, leave yourself to the steady rhythm, and quietly breathe in, and out.
And repeat. Once you're calm, give me a pat on the back. Until then, we can just stay like this.
His spine tingling with pleasure at the sound of the whisper in his ear, Subaru's breathing accelerated. The shock of his unhinged emotions was blown away, replaced by the torment of all the blood in his body boiling.
How did it become like this?
He was listening to the quiet beating of Emilia's heart, yet his own was about to jump out of his chest. But even his panicked heartbeat was naturally unraveling alongside Emilia's breathing as her palms softly caressed the back of his head. Obeying her whispers, he took a deep breath, exhaled, and repeated until his lungs and his heart returned to normal. Quietly, he tapped Emilia's back. Her hands on his head moved away at this signal, while Subaru stood up, withstanding his reluctance to part. Emilia, calm down now?
Subaru, somewhat.
Facing her gleaming amethyst eyes, Subaru spilled a small sigh. Hearing his reply, with, "I'm glad," a relieved smile rose on Emilia's face.
Trying his best not to blush from embarrassment, Subaru gave a little shake of his head.
Subaru, sorry I lost it there.
I really didn't want to trouble you like this.
Emilia, I don't feel troubled at all.
Subaru, but, you must be going through a lot more than I am. There's no question about that. If I could, I should be saving you from all this. That's what I thought.
Emilia, Subaru.
He had always shown off his cool side in front of Emilia.
But the truth is, he was just an embarrassing, weak, conceited, useless, boastful try-hard who wanted to be at her side.
Subaru, nothing ever goes right.
In fact, I
spoke with Roswell just now, about whether there's a way to free the sanctuary without the trials.
Emilia, huh? Subaru, truth is, I thought it'd be best if I took the trials in your place.
But now, I don't think I can anymore.
So I thought I'd at least find the least painful shortcut, but even that's not working out. Just.
What do I do? I'm sorry I'm so useless.
Emilia, Subaru.
Subaru hung his head.
Despite receiving so many chances to repeat through return by death, he still failed to find a single solution. Just how pathetic is that? If he had done just a little better, he could have prevented those tragic worlds he saw in the second trial from ever coming to be.
And here too, there must be something he could do about this miserable situation.
Subaru, but, I will find a way.
I will make sure you won't have to get hurt or suffer anymore. So please, trust me.
Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, yeah? Emilia looked up at Subaru with her eyes drenched in tears, gazing back at those teary eyes. Within his wavering heart, Subaru steeled his resolve to ensure that its most integral part would never falter. He will defend Emilia, overcome the sanctuary, save the mansion, and recover everything. Though there is not the faintest visible sliver of hope in the road ahead, surely, he. Emilia, I'm happy you feel this way. I truly am. But, I cannot accept this kindness.
Yet, the resolve he had just supposedly steeled was, by the lips of that girl with unyielding conviction in her eyes, flat out rejected.
ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 85, with words, with feelings, with fists.
Subaru, huh? For a moment, unable to understand what he had just been told, Subaru only let out an astonished groan. His eyes widened and his mouth gaped open, while Emilia watched him as she formed her thoughts into words. Emilia, I'm happy that you feel this way about me, say these things to me, and do all these things for me.
It makes me feel so safe, and I rely on you so much, but I can't let you search for escape routes for me. Subaru, and no it's not such a one-sided issue.
Emilia, I'm the one who decided to take this challenge. There is somewhere I need to go, a door I need to pass through to get there, and right now, I need to do my best to pass through it.
I don't want to make any excuses.
Subaru tightened his lips as he was struck by Emilia's determined eyes.
Her resolute visage was overflowing with strong-willed radiance.
It was not the face of a weak little girl who would stop still in her tracks without Subaru there to pull her along. But, why?
With his heart buried in questions, Subaru shook his head. Subaru, Emilia, I think your resolve is amazing. But the trial is not suited for you. To go in there with no plan when the chances of winning are so
slim, I don't think it's noble or anything. Emilia, the chances do feel slim, I guess.
Subaru.
Emilia wryly smiled at Subaru's matter-of-fact statement. The fact that her eyebrows drooped a little was only because she recognized that those were Subaru's honest thoughts. And Subaru himself felt like a horribly deficient human being for not immediately finding the right words to comfort her.
Subaru, can we at least wait until I find some clues? If I can just have some time, I can make the whole thing easier for you. Then you won't have to worry about.
Emilia, no, you can't, Subaru.
Somehow, I just know that there are no shortcuts or back alleys to get through the tomb's trials.
Subaru, Emilia, it's strange.
But I just know it.
Even with time, unless I steadily prepare myself for the challenge, the result will always be the same.
I know that.
Subaru, AA.
He had no words to refute her.
Though he didn't know the exact details behind the trials, he did agree with Emilia about these feelings. Repeatedly challenging the trial will not soften or intensify its contents nor its nature.
The same conditions and the same contents will be there to welcome its challenger.
Keeping its own properties constant, only changes in the challenger's heart would result in different outcomes, as would be just to Ikidona's tastes. Seeing right through his attempts to console her, Emilia's understanding of the trials was more than Subaru had imagined. Yet even so, just as Subaru frantically tried to connect his words. Emilia, say, Subaru.
Why do you want to help me?
Subaru,
It was a question that carried tremendous significance the last time it was asked.
How desperately had Subaru struggled in order to answer her?
How much hardship had he overcome just to tell her?
And that was why, being asked the same question now, Subaru could answer without the slightest hesitation.
Subaru, I want to help you. Because I love you. Because I love everything about you.
Emilia, MN. Yes, I know.
Subaru, you love me.
Subaru, Emilia, and it makes me really happy that you do. It makes me feel really safe. And makes me want to really depend on you. And just having you watch me like this, I feel like I can really try my hardest.
Holding her hands to her chest, her cheeks slightly blushing, Emilia closed her eyes.
As if instilled with all of her emotions at once, and so, she continued. Emilia, don't get stuck thinking that you have to do something.
I can do my best just by having you watch me.
If you want to do something, if you'll indulge my selfishness, then I want you to stay by my side.
And be there behind me to support me.
Subaru, Emilia. Emilia, with your hand on my back when I'm faltering, I know I can stand back up again.
And when I'm wavering, I want you at my side, Subaru.
Subaru, Emilia, thank you. For walking ahead of me, moving away the stones, smoothing out the path, cutting away the branches, and then guiding me by the hand. But, I think, if you always do that for me, I'll just be a burden to you.
While I'll be all fudged up inside. Subaru, who says, fudged, anim. He tried to say his usual line, but the words wouldn't come. Subaru could no longer restrain the emotions swelling inside his chest.
Just what is that indescribable, incomprehensible sensation? So as not to lose himself in that undeniable emotion, Subaru gritted his teeth as he continued facing Emilia. Emilia, I've only ever taken, and taken, and taken from you.
So, this time, I want to do something different. It bothers me that every time I fail I'm making you and everyone else worry. To make sure that doesn't happen again, I'll try my best to overcome it as soon as possible.
In front of Subaru, who had fallen speechless, a subtle, courageous smile rose on Emilia's face. Emilia, so please stay by my side, and watch over me as I try my best. That's all I ask of you, Subaru. Subaru, HK.
Slicing through the wind, straining his legs as he ran, his heart would not stop pounding.
Every perilous footfall sprinting down that slope sent branches cutting painfully across his cheeks, and, tripping countless times, he nevertheless continued frantically running.
Subaru,
Expelling a soundless shriek, stretching his throat to the point of tearing, he gazed up into the night through the gaps between the obscuring foliage, into the cloudless sky, into the pale, radiant moon amid the shimmering stars, and screamed. As if to spew out all the foolishness inside him, and to empty himself of everything. Emilia's last, resolute smile remained seared into the back of his eyes. That smile, her proclaimed resolve, and his own mistaken conceit. He finally understood that sweltering impulse scorching the insides of his chest.
And because he understood it, he could not bear to stay another second.
Instead, after parting from Emilia, Subaru rushed into the forest, running aimlessly like an animal. Not permitting him to stand still, not allowing him to escape into sleep, that emotion which would burst into flames just at the thought of Emilia, that emotion was called shame. Shame dominated Subaru's entirety, forbidding him to stop. Subaru, I.
Overwhelming idiot. Truly, a hopeless, irredeemable idiot.
When Roswell disparaged Emilia and called her a thing, Subaru had flown into a rage.
He bared his teeth, screaming, proclaiming that he would not allow Roswell to insult her.
But then, when he met Emilia right after, when he told her everything that he wanted to do for her, and was rejected, that was when he realized it. The one most guilty of doubting Emilia's resolve, determination, and strength was Subaru himself.
Thinking that he had to protect her, not wanting her to feel sadness or pain. With that as his excuse, he had racked his brain trying to keep Emilia from any hardship.
Challenging the trials in her stead, then seeking shortcuts when that failed, and when even that was hopeless. Worst case, if he could just do something about the great rabbits responsible for the time limit on the sanctuary. All along, Subaru had occupied his mind trying to find a way to solve everything without Emilia having to take the trials. But while Subaru was obsessed with this self-satisfied desire to protect her and devising plans to shelter her, Emilia was stealing her resolve and determination in those nights she spent alone, choosing not to flee, but to face the trials head-on.
All she wanted was for Subaru to support her in that resolve.
Yet, it was none other than Natsuki Subaru who dismissed her from the start.
Subaru,
The instant he realized it, that unbearable feeling of shame pounced at Subaru's head. Giving Emilia some unconvincing reply when she needed his response, he gave the worried girl a wave and left, practically fleeing.
Then, his legs carried him into the forest, where he was now.
In the capital, it was with the same selfish conceit that Subaru had wounded Emilia. Paying no mind to Emilia's considerations or resolve, thinking only of his newfound authority, Subaru gave her no explanation for his selfish behavior and allowed it to open the rift between them.
It was because that happened, and because he confirmed his feelings for her and how he was going to express it, that Subaru was able to stand here now, but he was wrong yet again.
Taking on wounds in Emilia's place, shouldering the burdens in Emilia's stead, clearing the path for Emilia's sake.
Even if he boasted of it to Emilia, he never showed it off to anyone else.
At least, it seemed to be an improvement compared to what it was before, but in reality, nothing had changed at all. He had just gotten better at hiding his wounds.
He had just muted the arrogant self-aggrandizement flaunting his injuries. But he was still imposing his selfishness on Emilia, screaming that he was right. Subaru,
GH. Out of breath and panting as he ran, when he looked up again, a thick branch struck him on the forehead. Bending backwards in pain, he felt his footing fall away into empty space. Collapsing sideways, tumbling over the dirt and leaf-covered surface, Subaru came to lie sprawled out over the ground. With the frigid soil that would suck all the warmth from his body at his back, drawing ragged breaths, Subaru laid there gazing straight above. Through the gaps between the trees, he could glimpse the night sky. In this world without street lights, in the prickling, clean air, the stars were brilliantly shining. Under the full expanse of that starry sky, surrounded by constellations he did not know, Subaru felt himself dissolve into a vortex of his own smallness, of the uncertainty of his future, of his tangible dread, and of his disheveled emotions. Struck by a sudden exhaustion, he could no longer keep himself conscious. This tumultuous time left not only his body weighed down by fatigue, but also his mind, encumbered by the countless travails, steadily drawing him into darkness.
Return by death. The witch's tea party. Roswell's intentions.
His conceited self, and Emilia, who had resolved to stand up on her own.
Engrossed in those thoughts, just what would Subaru have to? Hell, you look like shit.
The first thing Subaru sensed as he woke were the skin-piercing cold and the sound of the voice addressing him. His eyelids shuddered in the frigid sunlight as he grimaced while opening his eyes. Unwittingly looking directly into the sun that was peeking through the trees, his eyes teared up as he tried to right himself.
Subaru, GH, or, hurt, S.
Hearing the sound of his stiff joints creaking, Subaru groaned in pain.
The coldness of the soil and air as he laid on the solid ground had stiffened his body, and every movement of his joints was protested by dull pain.
Not sure what you're trying to pull here, but sleepin' in a place without a roof ain't what I'd recommend.
When there's a roof and a floor, a gorin gets by, they say. Subaru, what's a gorin?
Never mind.
Shaking his head, Subaru looked up at the source of the rowdy voice, Garfield, clicking his fangs and looking down at Subaru on the ground.
Just then, Subaru's sobering consciousness remembered what put him in this situation in the first place. Subaru, GHT.
I fell asleep like this last night.
Garfield, I smelled you in forest on my morning routine and came to see what's going on. Layin' there sprawled out like that, thought someone beat me to it and killed you overnight. Subaru, as the primary suspect, if you didn't do it, I doubt anyone else would've. What time is it, anyway?
Holding his hand to his forehead, Subaru shook his heavy head and asked.
At this, Garfield snorted with a, ha, and. Garfield, no need thurry, it's still before breakfast time. Aside from Theally rising Gramps and Grannies, you'n me uthenly one's up. Subaru, so no one's missed me yet, then, it'll be trouble if I don't get back to the cathedral before. Or, right away, actually. If Subaru never returned overnight, Otto, who got back before him, might suspect that something was amiss. Even if that wasn't a problem in itself, Subaru would still prefer to avoid any anxiety spreading among the Alam refugees.
With the mountains of problems as it is, to cause any further discord because of his own indiscretion would be unforgivable.
Garfield, your expression's different from last night. Subaru, huh?
Using a nearby tree as support to stand himself up, Subaru gave his neck a turn when he heard Garfield address him.
Looking back, he saw Garfield violently scratching at his short, golden hair. Garfield, yesterday I couldn't tell if you're self-possessed or not, but now it's like.
Your face looks fucking refreshed or something.
Subaru, Garfield, TCH, that ain't it either.
Can't fucking say it right.
Oi, fuck you laughing at? Subaru, KH, haha. Hearing Garfield point this out, Subaru touched his hands to his cheeks.
Feeling that the corner of his lips had somewhat slackened, a trembling laugh spilled out of the back of his throat.
At first a low, stifled noise, it grew gradually louder. Subaru, ha, ha ha ha. I look refreshed? Really, is that what I look like? Garfield, yeah, what?
Hell's so funny.
Subaru, you got it backwards, Garfield. Just, totally, backwards.
Garfield, huh?
Pressing back the urge to laugh, Subaru jabbed out his finger toward Garfield. And.
Subaru, I'm not refreshed at all.
My insides are creaking and pounding, and honestly, right now, I feel like I could burst apart at any second.
Everything I've tried to do has been invalidated, everything I've struggled for has backfired. And I seriously don't know what to do now. Garfield,
Subaru, then, when I realized I was truly stuck, I actually feel like laughing.
If everything I tried to do was pointless, then I'm right back where I started, aren't I?
Muttering powerlessly, Subaru's shoulders drooped.
If he had been mistaken from the very start, then every single thought he had since then would be faulty.
With the deadline steadily approaching, only now did he belatedly realize that he had been using the wrong equations. And what's worse, was that those were the kind of problems that no one could give him the solutions to. Garfield scrunched up his nose, not sure what to say to the dejected Subaru. And knowing that Garfield wouldn't give him any straight answers even if he asked, all Subaru felt in return was resentment. And so, an awkward silence fell between them, until... How about I tell you what you should do?
Subaru, ...
Subaru quickly turned to the voice coming from above, but Garfield didn't seem the least surprised as he looked towards the same direction, probably because he had already sensed its presence. On the other end of their gazes, weaving through the gaps between the trees, it was Subaru, Otto? Otto, MHM, good morning.
Yep, it's me.
Accompanied by the sound of twigs snapping under his feet, Otto wore a somewhat counterfeit smile as he approached. While his sudden appearance startled Subaru, Garfield only clicked his tongue. Garfield, just sayin', I only just found him too.
Not like I forgot all about your chatting with him instead.
Otto, I wasn't worrying about anything like that. Just glad we found Natsuki-san safe. Anyway, mind if I make a request? Garfield, spit it out. Otto, might I have a minute with Natsuki-san alone?
There's something I'd like to discuss with him.
In front of the still disoriented Subaru, Otto and Garfield carried on their exchange with a knowing air between them.
Gritting his teeth at Otto's request, Garfield glanced over at Subaru. Garfield, just don't try anything funny.
And with that, he left them, treading over the grass, and out of the forest. Garfield headed back towards the sanctuary.
Watching him as he left, Subaru wetted his lips with his tongue.
Subaru, sounds like you got on Garfield's good side somewhere when I wasn't looking. Otto, that's because I wasn't just doing nothing while you're off on your little adventures, Natsuki-san. There's been a deepening of understanding between the refugees and the people living here, and...
Well, none of that really matters right now. Halfway through candidly answering Subaru's question, Otto suddenly dismissed the topic with a wave of his hand, and then proceeded to lock his gaze onto Subaru. Or rather, it was far too intense to be a gaze. Its intensity was clearly closer to a glare.
Subaru, well, what?
Thoroughly unsettled by that stare, Subaru only managed a weak mumble.
Hearing it, Otto let out a small sigh. Otto, while it was only bits and pieces, I still heard what you said. Natsuki-san, it sounds like you're being cornered.
By all sorts of things.
Subaru, ... Otto, naturally, I wouldn't know the details, being kept out of the loop and all.
But you must be at your limits, aren't you? Otherwise we wouldn't hear you blabbering about what do I do now.
Subaru, so then, what do I do?
You said you could tell me.
Listening to Otto's sardonic remarks, Subaru brought up what Otto had said when he first cut into the conversation. Surely, that was what he said when he broke into the silence between Subaru and Garfield.
Just what could he have meant when he said that? Subaru, you said. You could tell me what I should do.
Otto, yeah, I know.
It's very simple really.
Subaru, simp-la. Otto, you want to know what it is?
That manner of speaking was really getting on his nerves.
After all he has agonized, winding up in this wretched state, here, what this person was saying was just plain pissing him off. Subaru, oh of course I want to know.
Quit joking around. If there's something you know, then.
Otto, all right, then prepare yourself. Subaru, prepare? Otto, yes.
First take a long, deep breath. Holding out his hands, Otto motioned for Subaru to take a breath. Though he was unsure what Otto was getting at, Subaru nonetheless followed the instruction and adjusted his breathing, closing his eyes and letting his lungs expand. Subaru, ... The next instant, a sharp impact whacked him across the face, sending him flopping to the ground. Failing to catch himself as he fell, Subaru dropped face first into the dirt. Quickly shaking his head,
Looking around to see what happened, he caught sight of Otto brandishing his fist, and, only then, realized that he had been punched. There, in front of the breathless Subaru, Otto clenched his reddening fist, and Otto, you should stop putting on airs when you're in front of your friends, Natsuki Subaru. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant.
Chapter 86, Against All Odds. Subaru was so stunned by what had just happened that he all but forgot about the pain of being punched.
Toppled across the ground, he looked up to find Otto glaring at him.
On that usually pathetic, deadpan, definitely not intensely emotional face, there was a definite, blazing fury in his eyes. Otto Suwin's eyes were looking down on Subaru, full of rage. Otto, you don't know what to do, and your head's all messed up. Subaru, Otto, when you're in a place where you need help, when the strength of your own arms and mind aren't nearly enough, all you do is frantically scramble around accomplishing nothing but wasting time, isn't it? Saying this to the silent Subaru, step by step, Otto drew closer. On his hands and knees, paralyzed on the ground and feeling the heat swelling on his left cheek, all Subaru could do was stare at Otto. Otto, your silence means you aren't denying it, then. At least in our world, getting yourself trapped is about the lowest you can go. You hear me? Otto reached his hand to the speechless Subaru and hoisted him up by the collar. Otto, if you hear me, say something.
Subaru,
A sharp, solid impact rammed into Subaru's forehead, sending sparks flying. Feeling the world spinning before his eyes, Subaru realized that he had taken a headbutt from Otto.
Then again, another headbutt sent him flying backwards.
With his forehead and cheekbone aching, Subaru was shoved stumbling backwards.
Naturally, no one could be expected to just sit there and take it.
Subaru, the hell are you doing? Otto, oh, so you were conscious when I beat you just now?
I was pretty sure I was roughing up someone asleep, you know. Subaru, what a why.
Tearing up from the second headbutt straight to the nose, Subaru lashed back in rage, trying to grab Otto. But Otto slipped aside from Subaru's reaching arms and violently swept out his legs from under him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Subaru, Gar? Otto, just when your head's getting some blood flow, you've left your footing unattended. Isn't that just like you, Natsuki-san, pathetic?
Subaru, oh. You think?
Springing to his feet, Subaru threw the fistful of dirt he had grabbed on the way down straight at Otto's face. But, having read his movements, Otto guarded his face with his arm and quickly closed in before Subaru could react. Just like that, in the time it took to gulp, Otto had placed one hand on the back of Subaru's collar and the other on his waist and tossed him. Slamming back first into the ground, Subaru bounced off of the impact, choking from the pain. Even though the ground was thick with dead leaves where he landed, that didn't absorb half of the shock. Gasping, with numbness running all the way to the ends of his limbs, Subaru couldn't get up again. Otto, resorting to dirty tricks as usual, Natsuki-san?
Too bad they don't work on me once I see them coming.
Subaru, K. Otto, see, Natsuki-san?
This is what your strength amounts to. You'll never reach the level of the Knights or Roswell Summer, never mind Garfield. Even against me, you end up like this.
Watching Subaru desperately sucking oxygen into his convulsing lungs, Otto shook his head with exasperation as he prodded him with these words. Walking over to the helpless Subaru's side, Otto drew his face closer. Otto, picking fights with the White Whale and the Witch Cult was stupid. You're weak, and you wouldn't have lasted a second in a straight-up fight.
Surely, you understand this.
Subaru, Otto, so, were you going to compensate for your lack of strength with wits?
From what I've seen, there is a bit of cleverness about you.
But certainly no above-average judgment or decision-making abilities.
Even your common sense is lacking.
Not sure what Otto was trying to say, irritation began showing through Subaru's ragged breaths. By now, the convulsions of his lungs, the shock of being thrown, and the pain on his forehead and cheek had somewhat faded. In their place, what accompanied his returning calm was only confusion regarding the true intention behind Otto's words. Looking down into Subaru's black, non-understanding eyes, Otto continued. Otto, both your strength and wits are lacking, and if there's anything else that can compensate, well, there really isn't anything. You're small, your reach is short, you're the kind of person that can be found anywhere.
You are just a commonplace nobody, and yet you're aiming for these disproportionately great things. Subaru, what are you even trying to say?
Otto, you know that you're powerless and weak, so what's the backup plan you came up with? It's to corner yourself even further, whittling yourself down trying to pull something out of nothing. I finally understand how Patrash-chan feels. Subaru, Patrash? Hearing the name of his ground dragon, Subaru's eyes widened in surprise. Patrash. The black ground dragon who got herself injured to save a master who didn't even know why she would do such a thing for him, who had taught him so much and to whom he owed so much, who was so utterly wasted on Subaru.
Now Otto was saying that he understood how she felt.
While Subaru lay there, blinking, Otto stuck his fingers through his grey hair, and, with thorns in his voice, so, you see, he continued. Otto, it's fine to show off in front of the girl you have a crush on.
That's a necessary vanity, and I'll respect that.
I suppose it's inevitable that you'll be boasting things that are way out of your caliber.
So I'll be willing to overlook that. That would be Emilia.
And the way Subaru acts in front of Emilia. Otto, and I'll forgive you for showing off in front of the girl who has a crush on you. Again, that's necessary. When love's involved, I believe the one on the receiving end carries a certain responsibility too. So it's important to be putting on airs when you're around someone who loves you, and I can forgive you for that.
That would be Rem.
Once, Subaru had told Otto the exact same thing. That he wanted to show off in front of Rem, because she was a girl who loved him. Otto, but, that's where you stop.
With this, Otto stuck his face even closer.
Subaru shrunk up his shoulders in anticipation of another headbutt, but Otto went on, practically snarling. Otto, you know that you're lacking.
You know that you're insufficient, you want to show off to the girl you like.
And you want to be something that the girl who likes you could be proud of. Subaru --. Otto, so, to make up for the parts that you don't want those girls to see, shouldn't you be enlisting some help from others?
Say, from a friend? Pulling his face away, Otto said the last part holding his palm to his own chest. Subaru, ha. Listening to those words, Subaru let out a small sigh.
Honestly, for a moment, Subaru thought something along the lines of, yeah, you're right.
It wasn't that he hadn't hoped he could cling to and rely on someone this way. Of course he had.
Like Otto said, Subaru knew that he was weak and lacking.
He was not nearly so conceited as to think that he could solve everything on his own.
In fact, all this time, hadn't he been trying to enlist Echidna and Roswell's help to compensate for his own incompetence? Yet instead of receiving their cooperation, all he got in return were wounds and truths that he didn't want to learn.
He had already tried to do it Otto's way. But what Otto suggested wouldn't work at all. That door was already shut. Subaru, ha.
Otto, what's so funny? Reaching that desolate conclusion in his heart, it began to show on his face as well. Seeing this, Otto furrowed his brows in displeasure, while Subaru, with his face red and swollen, looked up to meet his gaze. Subaru, you got it all wrong. It's not like I haven't asked for help.
I've already tried everything that might work. I've already tried to rely
on anyone I thought I could rely on, and yet. His hopes were betrayed, but, not willing to give up, he was left only hugging his head. In the end, even Emilia, whom he thought he must protect and save, rejected his thoughts. And only then did he realize that, all along, he had been looking down on Emilia as a weakling who needed his protection.
Having experienced various things, met various people, said flashy lines, barked that he would make everything work out, rejected the resolve to die and embraced the resolve to live, and pretended as if he had moved forward if only just a little. Ultimately, all Subaru had been doing was marching in place. He couldn't see a single thing he could do to alter this deadlock. Now that even his forced smile had dried up, only a cold, rigid expression remained on Subaru's cheeks.
Watching this, Otto's lips quivered at Subaru's silent laments. Otto, but, I don't recall you ever asking me for help, Natsuki-san. Subaru, Otto, I'm not worthy of being relied upon, and it'd be pointless.
That's how you see me, isn't it? Or could it be that, in your eyes,
I'm just another one of those who needs protecting? Otto's trembling voice as he tried to stifle his emotions only made his words even more jarring. This was merely a glimpse of Otto's rage, sorrow, and emotions without an outlet. Touched by the ripples of Otto's overflowing emotions, Subaru realized that his words had inadvertently hurt him, and he quickly shook his head. Subaru, no, you're wrong. Otto, how am I wrong?
It'd be strange if I was wrong.
If I was, then why are you sitting there alone not telling me anything?
Subaru, the fact that I'm not telling you anything isn't because I don't trust you. You're wrong about that.
Otto,
Shaking his head, Subaru's eyes were wandering.
Meanwhile, Otto fell silent, only keeping his green irises fixed on Subaru. The pressure of that gaze made Subaru cast down his eyes, muddying his words as he put his hand to his forehead. It wasn't that he didn't trust Otto. In those loops, Otto had staked his life to protect him, and stayed with him when there was no profit to be made from it. For that, Subaru was sincerely grateful, and he wasn't lying when he called him a friend.
But how could he tell Otto the truth?
If it was a kid owner or Roswell who could understand Subaru's circumstances, then it'd be fine.
The taboo wouldn't be violated, and conversation would be possible. But that was not the case with Otto.
Not just Otto, but none of Emilia, Ram, or any of the others in the sanctuary knew the first thing about Subaru's situation.
Without mentioning the witch or return by death, Subaru couldn't possibly explain the predicament he was in. Even if he could tell them what will happen, about the Great Rabbit and the attack on the mansion, Subaru wouldn't be able to say how he came to know these things in the first place. When that happens, what could he tell them to make them believe him? Could he even hope for such a thing? He knew he wasn't strong enough, he knew he wasn't smart enough, and he knew just how useless he was.
And so, ultimately, Subaru couldn't do anything without getting help from others, and he understood that it was his job to obtain the help he needed.
But now, having failed to do his job, he had come to a standstill.
Subaru, I can't explain it.
My head's all a mess. Like you said, it's all a mess, and there's no way I can prove anything I say.
Otto. Subaru, there's stuff that, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe any of it.
So how can I explain it? It's like that with you, with everyone, with
Otto, why don't you try? Subaru, huh? When Subaru told him that he could give him no reason to believe him, that was Otto's reply. Unwittingly looking up at those words, he saw Otto with his arms folded, looking back at him. Otto, so, why don't you try saying it?
Even if it doesn't make sense and comes out all jumbled because your head's confused, I won't interrupt you, and I'll listen to the end.
Subaru, no, but, that'll.
Otto, just out with it.
Didn't I tell you to stop putting on airs? Otto kicked his foot into the ground, shouting that he had had enough. Then, jutting out his finger at the wide-eyed Subaru. Otto, if you have the time to whine about having no proof and how no one's going to believe you, why don't you use that time to spit out everything that's holed up in that head of yours? Isn't that way more constructive than sitting there moping? Subaru, even if you say that, there's no way you'd believe me if I gave you this mishmash. Otto, just spit out the mishmash.
Then at the end I'll say I believe you. Because that's what friends do.
All the confounded, tangled contents of Subaru's head was uprooted and blown away by Otto's shout. Otto's words were without any real basis, and his logic was not that convincing at all. Yet, to Subaru who had come to a standstill, it was more than enough of a push on his back. Subaru, well, I don't expect you to believe any of this, but little by little, he gave voice to every single one of the problems he had been keeping inside himself, and it didn't even take that long. Subaru, so, yeah, Roswell's hired the assassin to attack the mansion. In order to corner me and Emilia so we have nowhere to run.
Pretty much.
Gingerly watching for any censoring hands popping up, Subaru carefully brought his explanation to an end. All the while, Otto had only quietly listened, albeit with his brows furrowed.
Subaru, and that's all the information I have right now. It may not be all that precise, but that's everything. With nothing held back, all of it.
Naturally, the unspeakable part about return by death and the witches' tea party were a different story.
With those parts left out, the foundations were definitely a bit shaky. Even Subaru himself felt that the connections between everything were way too vague.
And so he was pretty on edge to see what Otto's reaction would be. Although Otto had promised to say "I believe you" at the end, just what would he actually think about everything he said just now? Otto, Natsuki-san.
Subaru.
After a long silence spent in thought, Otto dropped his folded arms and looked at Subaru. Seeing himself reflected in Otto's green pupils, Subaru unwittingly held his breath.
What's he going to say first? Subaru could hear his own heart pounding.
And, to this stiffened Subaru. Otto, there's no way I can pretend I didn't hear any of that and just run away, is there? Subaru, huh? Subaru yelped, thrown off by that off-kilter reply. But Otto shouted right over Subaru's yelp with, after all. Otto, we're trapped in this place with the Great Rabbit approaching. The only way to get out is if Emilia Summer breaks through the trials. If we try leaving with just the people not affected by the barrier, we'll get stopped by Mr. Clueless there, and even if we make it back to the mansion, we'll get murdered by an assassin hired by the owner of the mansion.
What kind of a situation is this? Subaru, that's what I wanna know. Why do I have to be herded into a stupid, ridiculous situation like this?
I mean, I already knew it, but is this how much Kami-sama hates me? Well, I hate him too. If there really is a god of fate, there is no doubt that God really hates Subaru. And since Subaru didn't think he did anything atrocious to actually deserve this, it was just plain unfair. But cursing the gods wasn't going to move this situation anywhere nor make things any easier. And, even before that. Subaru, wait, Otto. I can see why you wanna flip out right now, but...
You mean you actually believe all those crazy things I said?
Otto, Subaru, that these bloodthirsty beasts are coming, that even if we wanna run we don't know if Emilia'll succeed or not, that Garfield'll get in our way, and that Roswell's already betrayed us for his batshit insane ideas. You really believe all that? Saying it out loud again, it just sounded like a list of unfortunate situations all bunched up into one.
In particular, the approaching Great Rabbit and Roswell masterminding the attacks on the mansion were all without any proof whatsoever. Those were the two most important parts, and Subaru had nothing he could use to convince anyone. For the Great Rabbit, how could Subaru possibly predict the movements of beasts when almost everyone in the world had already been trying?
As for Roswell, why would he be plotting against Emilia, the candidate he is backing in the royal selection?
None of this Subaru could explain.
Otto, Natsuki-san. Otto briefly closed his eyes before addressing Subaru's question. He raised a single finger, and... Otto, I've been to quite a few places up to now, and I might not look like it, but I've interacted with all sorts of people on the way. Subaru, unless, you can tell if someone's trustworthy just by looking at them. Otto, no, I don't believe in that kind of superstition. When you're a merchant, you'll come to learn very quickly that there are people who can lie to anyone without a single cloud in their eyes.
I've had more than my share of experience in that regard. He's bragging about it, but doesn't that just mean Otto has been duped enough times for him to have learned his lesson?
However, deciding that this was too important a conversation to stick that quip in there, Subaru kept his mouth shut and allowed Otto to continue. Otto, well, after meeting all those people, I've also learned to do business in my own sort of way. It's been 4 years since I left home and, for better or for worse, I survived. Otto made it sound simple, but it probably wasn't an easy road. He too must have been thrown into life or death situations more than a few times. In this world, where one could run into the white whale just by crossing a field, it's not hard to imagine the kind of dangers a traveling merchant would have to face. Stray dogs, burglars, those kinds of things. Otto, and so, day after day like this, I've managed to make a life for myself as a merchant. And I can confidently say that, up to now, I've always picked the side that was favored by the odds, though things don't always turn out the way I'd hope. And there were times when what I thought was the winning side turned out to be unmitigated disasters and were never heard from again. Subaru, oi, oi, oi. Otto, but, regardless of the outcomes, I've always tried to make choices that I don't end up regretting.
When I'm putting myself on the line, I think it's obvious why that's necessary.
Subaru still couldn't exactly tell what Otto's criteria is, but it sounded like he always picked the side with the best chances. Hoping to establish a connection with Roswell, Otto had accompanied Subaru to the sanctuary with his personal advancements in mind. In that sense, Otto behaved like a realist, through and through. That's why Subaru figured that Otto would have no reason to listen to his baseless words without the slightest hope of. Otto, and so, this is a first, Natsuki-san. Subaru, huh? Not sure what he was saying, Subaru only stared at Otto with his mouth gaping open.
And, seeing this, with a stupidly cheerful expression.
Otto, going against all odds and joining the side with no visible chance of success is definitely a first for me.
Otto stated his decision. Running as fast as his legs could carry him. Out of breath.
Chasing his bolting heart across the meadow, without a second to lose, Subaru's body was shrouded in wind. Slicing through the crisp morning air, making great swings of his arms, he sprinted, step after leaping step. Kicking up soil, trampling over rocks, he dashed straight along the shoddy path.
At last, the destined building entered his field of view.
His cheeks twisting with unwitting exhilaration, Subaru bared his teeth. Huffing like a dog with his tongue sticking out, he bounded for the building's entrance, reaching for the door. And Subaru, Roswell.
Violently flinging it open, Subaru tumbled into the building.
Through the entryway and past the adjacent living room, he shoved open the flimsy door with nearly enough force to break it. Inside were Roswell, sitting up on the bed, and Ram, diligently tending to him, while their expressions were painted over with surprise. It was rare to get such a startled reaction from the usually carefree Roswell and the always brazenly unemotive Ram. And, since Subaru was about to do something never done before, that would be a good omen. Counting on their surprise to be the winds of his good fortune, Subaru jutted out his finger at the speechless master and servant, and
Subaru, let's make a bet. With your wish and mine as the chips.
ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 87, One Oni outside, two clowns inside. Two astonished gazes landed on the out-of-breath Subaru who had barged into the room. As far as he was concerned, both of these two were supposed to be completely foreign to the concept of being surprised. And, deriving some small satisfaction from their reactions, the wicked smile on Subaru's face deepened.
Roswell, a bet?
Muttering this, Roswell narrowed his mismatched eyes.
His face that was usually covered in clown's makeup was now devoid of any paint.
Over the various loops, only once had Subaru seen Roswell's real face like this before. His skin beneath the white cosmetics was pallid, and there was a certain guileless simplicity to his gaze without his eyeliners, an impression entirely detached from the Roswell Subaru had known. Before he knew it, the shady, calculating figure behind the painted face had transformed into a clean, upstanding youth as the makeup fell away. Handsome people are handsome without needing anything extra, Subaru silently remarked as he nodded to Roswell's mutter.
Subaru, yeah, a bet. Your wish against mine.
Just one shot, winner takes all. Roswell, .. Subaru raised a single finger, magnificently declaring. As if scrutinizing Subaru's proposal, Roswell squinted his eyes. But before Roswell could give his reply, another figure cut in between their line of sight. It was the pink-haired maid, Ram.
With Roswell to her back, Ram's gaze was severe as she faced Subaru.
Although, in their day-to-day, Ram tended to scold Subaru every chance she got, and her gaze towards him was always sharp, none of it could compare with what was in her eyes at this moment. Ram, Hold it, Barusu.
You come barging into the room, and just when I was wondering what you had to say.
You mean to further burden Roswell Summer in his convalescence?
There should be a limit to your insolence.
Subaru, considering the circumstances, the "I'm sick and injured" excuse won't work anymore.
That's got nothing to do with that slick tongue and black heart of his. So he'll just have to suck it up until I'm done.
Ram, Barusu.
Subaru, and nothing you say is gonna change that.
A blend of perilousness and severity flared in Ram's eyes. But before she could act, Subaru stomped his foot into the floor,
jutting out his finger at Ram, who had cautiously halted.
Subaru, I've got no reason to stop or hesitate.
You and I know each other well enough for at least that much, right, Roswell?
Roswell, HHM. Subaru, or has your motivation gone all the way to zero just because something's deviated from your little diary? How about showing a little backbone and making some effort for your coming selves instead?
Roswell, that's an interesting way of putting it. My coming selves, is it?
Subaru tried to get his meaning across to Roswell without directly mentioning return by death. Although Ram furrowed her brows in confusion, Roswell seemed to have understood. With some vigor returning to his lifeless face, Roswell addressed Ram in front of him. Roswell, Ram.
Stand down.
Or Tilda, could you leave us for a moment? Ram.
But, Roswell Summer. Roswell, it's fine, it's fine.
Even if we're alone, Subaru-kun isn't thoughtless enough to atta tilde ck me.
And it would be very easy to defeat him anyway. Vow tilde eldinted?
Subaru, yeah, embarrassing as it is.
If we ever get physical, I'm not even confident I can pull him off the bed.
Watching Subaru flapping his empty hands in agreement, Ram gritted her teeth, and once again turned her worried gaze to Roswell.
Ram, please don't strain yourself.
With this, she gave a solemn curtsy and headed for the room's exit. Just before passing Subaru, she shot him a sideways glare. Ram, if anything should happen to Roswell Summer, I will not forgive you. Subaru, you should be more worried about him doing something in a self-destructive fit, you know. Seeing Ram off with a shrug, Subaru watched the door shut behind her before turning back to Roswell. Roswell's expression remained thoughtful as he closed a single eye, catching Subaru in his yellow pupil. Roswell, again, your expression is considerably different from when we parted last night. Could something have changed in your heart in these few hours?
Subaru, a change of heart. Guess you could call it that.
I got into a fight with a friend and, well, it was a bit too one-sided to be a fight, but it was something of a reaffirmation of our friendship. Touching the cheek that Otto had punched, still faintly red, Subaru thought back on the sensations of that morning.
Despite his scrawny figure, Otto was surprisingly strong.
Perhaps, that was because the number of ordeals he'd had to go through was far greater than Subaru's. Subaru thought he had gotten into quite a few predicaments since coming to this world, but it seems that still wasn't nearly enough. Subaru, seriously, how vicious is this world? Roswell, I couldn't agree more. We ll, yesterday I've already confirmed that I haven't co-runed you enough, but the fact that you've come back so early just shows I wasn't mistaken. Subaru, I was pretty much at my limit though, I'm just simple-minded, I guess.
It seems Otto's words and fist had knocked Subaru's crooked wits straight. A terribly crude and simple method.
There was nothing more childish than having to have a friend beat you onto the right path, and if it had happened to someone else, Subaru would definitely have derided them for it.
Subaru, but I don't think it's a bad thing. When you find yourself stuck with no way out, it's pretty nice to have a buddy to help figure things out.
Roswell, naive, green, immature, ultimately, you can only solve the sufferings of this world yourself.
You have no need for such indolent ideas as relying on friends. Subaru, relying on friends, relying on bonds, relying on feelings.
You don't think it'll work?
Roswell, it won't. Subaru, is that so? Then, we'll just have to see who's right.
Roswell's expression shifted, while Subaru walked up to the bed, snapped his fingers, and pointed straight at Roswell. Subaru, like I said, let's make a bet. With our wishes as the chips, one round decides all.
Roswell, very well, let's he tilde are it then.
Having confirmed that Roswell wasn't outright rejecting his proposal, Subaru turned his finger towards the ceiling. Subaru, I won't be following your intentions this time.
Not just this time, I've no intention of doing it your way, ever.
But, even if I keep insisting that, we'll never be able to sort out our differences.
So let's set a limit.
Roswell, a limit? Hearing Roswell repeat it back, yeah, Subaru nodded, wetting his lips with his tongue. Subaru stared straight into Roswell's eyes.
Subaru, this loop, I'll break through everything my way. If I fail, next one onwards, I'll do things the way you want me to. That'll be the limit. Roswell, having the ability to rewind indefinitely, you would abandon your right to keep trying? Subaru, you said it yourself. What you did wasn't enough to corner me. And I agree.
If I keep thinking that I can just rewind and get it right next time, everything I'll just end up like that again.
Though of course, he had no intention of rejecting the concept entirely.
In this merciless world, what could Natsuki Subaru possibly do without return by death? Subaru wasn't so shameless as to completely deny all the benefits return by death had given him.
But his mindset had changed.
If he had done everything he could and died anyway, he would at least resignedly accept it.
But if that was not the case, and he died when he could have lived, then Subaru, it would be an insult to all the people who'd cry for me. I won't do that anymore. Roswell, and so, you would set a limit on yourself. I tilde s it?
Though I admit I couldn't have asked for a more favorable condition, how will you guarantee that you will abide by it? Subaru, guarantee? Roswell, yes, guarantee. It's quite impotent, no? A tilde after all, with your ability to rewind, you can easily pretend this promise ni tilde ver happened. If you fail, return to last night, A tilde nd simply decide to try another way. Subaru, Roswell. As Roswell voiced his doubts, Subaru quietly called his name. Cut off by that call, and faced with Subaru's gaze, Roswell's eyes slightly widened.
Then, Subaru carried on with his tone of voice unchanged.
Subaru, you think I would do that? Roswell,
Subaru, if you do, then this conversation isn't going to work at all. That's all there is to it.
Roswell narrowed his eyes at those words, and lightly raised his hands, sighing. Roswell, no tilde.
Let's he tilde are the rest of it, I can decide at the end. Subaru, then here goes. As I said, we'll set a limit. I'll put everything I have into this loop. And if it still doesn't work, I'll do as you say. Since, either way, if this doesn't work, I doubt anything else will.
Roswell, you don't sound too confident.
But, you do have the resolve. In thar tilde t case, I will respond in kind. Now, you would set a limit on yourself, and make this attempt your last.
So what would you require tilde ia from me? Roswell's tone was beginning to return to normal. Seeing that the negotiations have reached a degree of mutual understanding, Subaru clapped his hands together.
Subaru, my demand is simple.
If I manage to break through the situation my way this loop, the future will stray from your expectations. When that happens, you'll probably lose all will to live in a world that has deviated from your gospel, won't you?
That mustn't happen.
Roswell, mustn't? You mean I mustn't lose my determination?
You tilde unfortunately, I have to say that is a rather difficult request.
Of course, I could continue to pretend on the Su tilde face, but in my heart of hearts, I would.
Subaru, you know, Roswell. I don't want us to be enemies forever.
Roswell, HN?
Unsure of Subaru's meaning, Roswell tilted his head.
Seeing this, Subaru rubbed his finger against his nose, and Subaru, I know you can't stand a future that deviates from your gospel and a route that differs from the one you've decided on. But even in a future that deviates from your gospel, I'll still be busting my ass off to make Emilia king.
And I'll keep relying on the power to rewind to make sure of it.
Whatever the road we take to get there, the end result won't stray from your goals. Roswell, Subaru, Roswell, my demand is simple. If I open a path to the future that's different from your gospels,
then you will toss the gospel aside and join me. I'll make Amelia king. And I need your help for that.
No matter how many unforgivable deeds Roswell has stained his hands with, his strength will be necessary for Amelia's goals. Subaru himself still harbored a sense of incomprehension and disgust towards him. And if things were left as they are in this timeline, the consequences of Roswell's machinations would be irreparable. But Subaru himself will extinguish that possibility and avoid that fatal pitfall.
Hearing Subaru's proposal, Roswell let out a long, deep sigh. Closing his eyes, he sank into thought, stroking his chin as his lips slowly parted.
Roswell, so that's the ultimate compromise you are asking for?
Is it? Subaru, it's all pretty convenient, isn't it? But I like convenient things.
Amelia will do her best to become king, I'll be rooting for her at her side, and you'll be tagging along for the ride. Roswell, that is a difficult thing you ask of me, when I've been doing things one way for such a long time.
If you want to get me to Char-A now,
that would necessitate some equally severe conditions on your end, no? Subaru, yeah, it would. Roswell squinted a single eye, while Subaru nodded and held up two of his fingers. Feeling Roswell's gaze focus onto his fingertips, Subaru gave one of his fingers a light wag.
Subaru, there are two conditions. Two conditions you said were impossible and could never be done. If I manage to clear those conditions, I win the bet.
Roswell, and if those conditions go unfulfilled, the victory is mine.
And I will have you discard your humanity. Speaking in a low, sonorous tone, Roswell locked his gaze into Subaru's.
At the end of Roswell's urging gaze, Subaru briefly gritted his teeth with a nod, and continued. Subaru, so, the first condition. I will make Garfield an ally, and bring him outside. Roswell, Subaru, you said his attachment to the sanctuary means I'll never be able to bring him out of this place.
I agree. But while I agree, we'll be needing his strength in the future. Even if we consider the feelings of the people in the sanctuary, we can't just leave that stubborn, bratty kid in here forever.
So I'll do what you consider to be undoable and win Garfield to our side.
Roswell, and the second?
The moment he heard the first condition, a dark emotion passed through the depths of Roswell's eyes, but, without remarking on it, he merely asked for the next condition.
With a nod, Subaru continued.
Subaru, I will have Amelia pass the trials. The one to overcome the trials of the tomb and liberate the sanctuary will be Amelia.
Not me. Roswell, impossible. Shouting, Roswell slammed his palm upon the bed. A dry thud rang out, as Roswell's visage contorted in rage. Squaring his shoulders, he jutted his finger towards Subaru. Roswell, I told you last night. That thing is incapable of passing the trials.
And Garfield will never abandon his attachment to the sanctuary. Subaru, won't know till I try, right? Roswell, indeed, you wouldn't know unless you've tried. And isn't it precisely because you've tried so many times that you come to me beaten and defeated? Your visage, and your very resolve now is proof that those two are not worth the investment of your hopes. Practically screaming, Roswell's shoulders heaved up and down as he spoke. While he took ragged breath after ragged breath, Subaru only calmly faced him. Subaru, you're getting yourself awfully worked up, aren't you? Roswell, what? Subaru, isn't it to your advantage that the conditions are so harsh on my end? Makes no sense for you to get angry about its harshness, right?
Roswell, it is a matter of whether such a bet can be established in the first place. When it is not just the balance but the legitimacy that is questionable, the very outcomes of the bet would be compromised. It's only natural that I am cautious.
Being given conditions that are so stacked against Subaru and so favorable towards himself had made Roswell wary. But seeing Roswell's reaction, Subaru's cheeks twisted, as a vicious smile deepened on his face. Subaru, Roswell, you don't seem to get it. Roswell. Subaru, are the odds stacked against me?
Well, yeah, it's pretty harsh whichever way you look at it.
I admit it's crossed my mind that this'll help you save some face while you revise that master plan of yours, but
it's actually about something else.
In front of the speechless Roswell, Subaru went on with the smile on his face unchanged. Subaru, you said it yourself, Roswell. Roswell, ..
Subaru, when I'm driven into a corner, I become the strongest card. It might not be how you wanted it, but this is the strongest card right here, without a doubt.
You still dissatisfied? Against Subaru's cutting words, Roswell remained silent.
He merely stared fixedly at Subaru as he brought the rhythm of his breathing under control. And, once his breathing had calmed, Roswell raised a single finger.
Roswell, contract. Subaru, ..
Roswell, very well. I will accept the conditions you've presented.
Break Garfield out of his spell, and let Emilia Summer liberate the sanctuary.
Once both of these come to pass, I will discard my plans and follow the path you've constructed. Let us forge a contract at this end.
A dim light flickered atop Roswell's raised finger. The rainbow-colored concentration of mana looked just like the multi-elemental light Julius had used to destroy Betelgeuse. Roswell, through our gates, we shall carve this mutual contract into our souls.
No matter whom you may deceive, you cannot deceive your own heart.
A contract carved into the soul transcends distance and time, and persists even across worlds.
It should continue to bind you even if you rewind and start anew.
Subaru, so you did have something in mind, but that's more convenient for me anyway.
If we're both bound by contract, that'll save me having to drag you around kicking and screaming after you've lost the bet. Roswell, it doesn't appear as though you're taking this lightly. Very well.
Seeing that Subaru was willing to accept the contract, Roswell said nothing more. The radiance at his fingertip pressed into the center of Subaru's chest, and with it, came the sensation of something seeping into his body. Immediately, feeling a wave pulse inside him, opening all the pores of his body, Subaru exhaled a breath. Subaru,
Roswell, and the same will be engraved upon my soul.
Once Natsuki Subaru's contract has been fulfilled, Roswell L. Mather's contract shall also be fulfilled. An identical rainbow burst of light pulsed on Roswell's chest.
For an instant, the light spread through Roswell's entire body, before all returned to normal in the blink of an eye.
Subaru, so, it's done?
Roswell, it is done, there's no taking it back now.
Confirming their mutual inability to flee, Subaru quietly gulped down his breath. There, Roswell placed a hand to his own chest, and Roswell, just as you will try your utmost to fulfill your conditions, I will also move to actualize the Gospel's writ.
You won't fault me for that, will you?
Subaru, in 5 days, the snow will fall again? Roswell, if Emilia Summer does not bring the snowfall, I will likely have to on it about myself.
In other words, the time limit is set.
In 5 days, the Great Rabbit will attack. Emilia will have to liberate the sanctuary, and Subaru will have to break Garfield's spell before then.
Subaru, if that's decided, there's no time to waste. I better get started.
Roswell, Subaru-kun.
As Subaru moved away from the bed to set about his tasks, Roswell called to him. Turning around, he saw Roswell slightly averting his gaze. Roswell, the mansion will be the same day. Do your best, I'll be praying for your good fight.
Subaru, because if I try to do everything and botch it, next time you'll get me to do things your way. Right? Roswell, .. Roswell answered Subaru's reply with silence. At this, Subaru gave him a wry smile, and finished it by pointing his finger at Roswell. Subaru, Roswell, you're throwing off your vibe, so put the clown makeup back on. Roswell, now that you mention it. This is the first time I've received you without makeup on, isn't it? Subaru, in this world, yeah. Subaru could tell that Roswell's eyes widened at his insinuation as he turned away. Savoring this reaction on his back, Subaru set out his steps.
Subaru, this is a match between you and me.
A couple of clowns tossed around by fate, so let's fight it out, fair and square.
With that, he left the room. The conditions of the bet are in place.
And so, this is where it begins. Natsuki Subaru's final challenge, with the sanctuary's liberation as the wager.